And welcome back, I think, because it takes like 3 seconds for this thing to buffer, so who knows when we really start. Hello, either Al or AI. Hello, AFO Dragon. Have a little bit of coffee. We are back with our Italy run that we started on the 1K celebration stream. Yay! We are here to cook. Very awkward situation with my poll where I gave 4 options and one of them was a joke option. And everyone voted for the joke option. So now I'm supposed to change the channel to a cooking channel. Which I'm not sure how we're going to do that. Maybe just wear an apron every time on stream. And insist that we are in fact cooking. So today we'll be cooking with Italy. Just kind of reviewing the situation a little bit, because it has been a week since we played this. Hey Heartsy, or is that Heartsy or Heatsy? Heartsy. Hey Heartsy. Hey John Paul III. Man, what happened to John Paul II? Alright, so I see we're running out of peasants. Kind of made a video about this phenomenon where you run out of peasants. Usually your normal wage increases by quite a bit, but we do have multiculturalism, so we should be able to... I think what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be looking to snag some pops from someone, and there's nobody better than Great Xing. Unfortunately, I'm guessing they actually do have decent PMs. And so I don't think we can just beat Great Xing and take up something, so we will be trying to figure out a way to grab some pops. Cookie de pasta. That's right. Some Italian sausages. Or something. He was 0-2-1. He had 0 wins, 2 losses, and a draw? What? John Paul II. That was recent, right? My Pope memory serves me. We are kind of popping off. I don't remember exactly kind of where we left off in regards to things, but I do think we want to grab some more pops from somewhere. And so we can declare war. We have a fairly strong military. We're a great power. It's time to stick our finger in some pies, and I'm just trying to think of where. Long-term, Sokoto does have quite a few people, so if we have a bunch of infamy, we'll open their market, but we have 0.1 infamy, so we want to declare something that's reasonably large chunk of infamy that is expanding our market such that we can... Ooh, Mexico, you're looking nice. We are bankrolling a few boyos. We can invite Argentina to the customs union if we offer them an obligation. New Granada can get a trade agreement, and Persia we can invite to customs union. It looks like we're just waiting on the obligations there. Beijing. So I agree with your assessment that this is the best place to take. If we could, what I'm not certain of is, can we beat Great Xing and land them when they have this type of military? We would kind of have to bleed them out. I guess maybe if they're in debt, maybe we could do it. So let's take a look here. I think this is the fastest way to check if they're in debt. They're not in debt. So it might be a little bit difficult for us to take Great Xing. And then I'm just trying to think of high-value, high-pop provinces. I think Sind is relatively high-pop, right? And they also have a decent amount of sulfur here, and some good bonuses. It's very... Maybe we'll go after Sind here, because we'll get a bunch of arable land stuff. They have a decent amount of sulfur, although sulfur is really not the problem. I actually want to try and overbuild on sulfur and maybe collapse someone's market by exporting paper to them. We'll put this on auto expand, so we'll try and figure out a way to... We're probably going to make more boom booms and make more sulfur oriented stuff. I've been looking at the PMs and discovering that sulfur is just incredibly efficient, so maybe we will be doing that. Man, you're Italian and you love my channel? Well, I'm happy to hear it. We are playing as Italy. What are their PMs? In China? Well, so you can kind of get an idea of their PMs-ish, you know, when you, so we have 185 battalions giving us a power projection of 150, and they have, you know, close to 700 battalions giving them a power projection of 4K, so our PMs are considerably better than theirs. If we take a closer look, we'll see that they're on, you know, line infantry and artillery support, so maybe we could do this. I think this would be a high-risk war, relatively speaking. And maybe is not one we have to embark on immediately, although I really do want to do it. Let's see about our chem plans. I think we are going to expand these a little bit in Calabria. Maybe Puppet Dainan? That's probably a good shout. Or just dominion them, probably. Let's see. 2.5 mil. Wow, I'm shocked they don't have more. Oh, okay, they have 7 mil. So Burma, Siam. I do think it's the China state. I just think that maybe I'm being a coward here. Or maybe we actually just secure... well, Congo doesn't have a lot of pop, is the thing. We would really like to make some sort of valuable ingress. We could go after... Could just, like, puppet one of these boyos here, but there's really not a lot of pop. Indecision Central, basically. That's what I'm trying to say. We could just try and annex, like, Oranhe. This wouldn't be terrible as far as wars go. Except for it's only going to generate us 4 infamy, so we're not going to even fully decay. Let's just look at how... I think I like Dynom's suggestion. So if we Dominion Dynom, that's going to be 21 infamy. The thing is, great powers are going to be likely to join in against us once we Dominion Dynom, which is one disadvantage relative to just straight up taking provinces from China. But, Madagascar is easy to take. Is there a lot of resources in Madagascar? I don't think so. You're also learning English through my videos? Well, that's good and mildly... Actually, my English is pretty good. Intensifies by claiming Venetia and Lombardia. They got some pops. Can't wait till the new update. Me too. Actually, you know what? Let's pull a little bit of an Italy, and maybe we'll just take some more stuff down here. I think this is on theme, right? We'll just, Dominion Wello. And Wello, I think, has a decent amount of pops. Yeah, 3 million. And we'll just Dominion them because it's on theme. And it's 14 infamy, which is a nice chunk. And I feel good about this. They're also inland. And we'll just mobilize a couple boyos. We'll send them to the front. And then that'll be our war. And we'll just unpause and kind of... Ooh, we were cranking at speed 4. Let's go, baby. Now, we're looking to expand construction. Unfortunately, like, our economy is not looking the best, which I think we're just going to try and build through, but this is a bit uncomfortable. We're going to take a quick look and make sure that we're incorporating all the Italian states. We are. So I'm expecting once these finish incorporating, as we get, like, better taxes through on all these places, that they start to become a lot more profitable. Risorgimento. AI or Al, what is your name? Just out of curiosity, because I see you in chat, but I'm not sure which one it is. Can't wait until coal, rubber, dye. Really? They have coal, rubber, and dye in Wello? Or are you talking about Madagascar, probably, right? We could probably just put triage in right now. Or sorry, put this in. Because this war is not concerning at all. Although it does look... Ooh, we may be overpaid on the infamy, because it looks like Tigray is about to take Wello here. And so we did overpay on the infamy, because we're only going to get these pops, because they're going to annex them. I wish there was a refund, but there's probably not going to be. Woo, 1k subs, yeah. It was 1k a week ago. We're continuing the 1k sub run, but we're kind of running it up, because it was 1.2k last time. And now it's 1.7. Madagascar, yeah. Let's take a look. That is a decent amount of coal. I've actually not taken Madagascar. I actually also really like the whaling stations. I think whales are underrated. I was looking at the efficiency of some of the PMs and like spreadsheets and stuff, and whales and fishing are like actually pretty good. The problem is you just never can get a very large throughput bonus on them, so... yeah, this is unfortunate, though. They're going to, Tigray is going to take Wello, and then Wello's going to be big sad, I think. But this is fine with us, I suppose. We are building more government administrations. Now, maybe we just inherited that queue, and this is terrible. And we have some of these going through. See, I don't want to second-guess my previous decisions. We are starting to build a university in Campania. Did we want to move the capital there, I guess, is probably what we wanted to do. After we incorporate it, just because it has the highest pops. Do whales have oil? Yeah, whales produce oil and meat. And one of the nice things about them producing meat is you can decrease, when you increase the supply of meat, you decrease the autocue's desire to build livestock ranches, which is also like an effect that is nice beyond the efficiency of the building, because the aristocrats are contributing only 10% of their income to the investment pool, whereas the whalers are contributing 20%, or the owners. I cracked the YouTube algorithm? Probably not. I did learn how to remove backgrounds, though, so now the thumbnails are going to get a lot better. You used it for your Brazil run, where Russia and UK stopped you from puppeting Peru, Bolivia. Madagascar? Yeah, so the thing is like, Zulu also has coal, and I think Transvaal is just such an insane state that it's like really hard to, yeah, we're not gonna do that. Echoes of the Revolution? Hell yeah, brother. We want all the radicals possible. I guess we should take a look through this. We are maybe wanting to... Well, actually, we should probably switch to census suffrage. We have a bunch of radicals, and notably, we now have a radical on the Industrialists. The reason for not switching before was we were trying to maintain the bonuses on the Industrialists and the Intelligentsia, and now I think we might switch to census suffrage, because we really... so these guys just have the best bonus. It's really hard to get them above 20% clout while you have wealth voting, but you can do it with census suffrage. You could definitely do it with universal suffrage, but then we would love to have all three of these groups powerful. That's over 20% clout at the same time, because then we get their bonuses doubled, which we'll take a quick look at a second at their bonuses. Looking at base efficiency is questionable. Whenever you play, fish and meat are always cheap. Well, that's good. Although, do you build a bunch of livestock ranches? Usually, fish and meat are not cheap in my markets. So we get capitalist investment pool contribution efficiency. Notably, this is free money, so this is much better in 1.2 than it was in 1.1. Migration attraction is extremely strong. Society tech cost is good. Workforce ratio and manufacturing throughput are both extremely strong. So I think we'll just kind of scooch down a little bit and try and get in on this. We also... we do have to keep in mind that our government expenses are going to this is probably going to rise a little bit aggressively. Maybe not because we're multiculturalism, but we'll see. In your run, Zulu was already puppeted when you ran out of coal. You got to puppet Zulu early. Zulu is like #1 priority, I think. Just because these gold states are so strong early on. Let's see what we're doing in tech. Steel frame buildings? Hell yeah, brother. So we're going to need a lot more steel then. So I think in Calabria we were building these chem plants. We'll add a couple more, and then we're going to add some steel and some glass, because we know that once we start swapping over, we're really going to need a lot of that, and we are going to try and push economies of scale throughput bonus in a lot of these places. So let's find a glass works. Amelia's seems fine, and then we see that we do have a little bit of unhandled of this, so we'll try and handle it ourselves. We are making a little bit of money, but we're about to research steel frame buildings, so we're going to switch over there pretty much. What does census suffrage do? So it changes the way that clout is calculated, is kind of what it concerns us. So right now with wealth voting, we have, so first of all, the biggest difference between, the biggest reason to move down this chain is to have a more legitimate government. That's not a problem for us at this current juncture, because we're super legitimate, but this is the main reason you want to do it, because it makes it easier to have a more legitimate government, because more of your clout is going to come from votes, or sorry, more of your legitimacy is going to come from votes. Some of it will still come from clout, but as you move down, it becomes more vote-oriented. So as long as you have all the people in your government that are kind of in that direction, it's going to be better. But you see, this is 110 legitimacy from the votes. Census suffrage is 85. Wealth voting is even less, and you get it more from clout. And you have bigger, like, the overall idea is it's easier to have more legitimate government, which the big point of the legitimate government is the bonuses here, where you are getting, you know, extra loyalists, which allows it to make it easier to have, like, these guys be happy. So we're going to take a little bit of a pause here. And so this is the main idea. We are also doing it because it also changes how clout is calculated. And that's why we're doing it right now, because this is going to give... plus 15 wealth threshold for voting, which determines clout, and this gives plus 25, and so this is going to allow a lot more people to vote. Specifically, we are hoping people in the trade unionist party, because we want to get them over 20% clout, because if they're over 20% clout, it's going to double these bonuses. So that's kind of why we're passing this law. We are going to lose out on a little bit of authority. We're going to have to take out a consumption tax, probably, but we really don't mind this because we are running out of peasants, and so we are going to have to start leaning a bit, or we are running out of peasants, so we're going to have to start leaning a bit more on migration and increasing standard of living, which is also why we're going to lower taxes here, in order to get pops, and so this is kind of why we're doing all that. We are going to annex Orange, though. We'll take a quick save, just because we don't want to our pie fingered, although I think we are at a strength level where if a great power joins against us, we might just fight him. How are you doing militarily to retake Venice and the other Italian lands? I am a big fan of the bigger stick philosophy, although I guess that should be our objective, right? To retake those lands. But yeah, I like to have a bigger stick than my opponent. And we do not have a bigger stick than Austria, nor can we, I think, afford a bigger stick than Austria. I think our economy is still smaller than theirs. Oh, just kidding. Alright, well then let's take a look at this. I know we're trading quite a bit with them. And so maybe we should start damaging relations now? Let's see if they have defensive. They have a defensive pact with France, so that's actually going to be a really tough war. But we'll see what we can do. We're going to take a look at our bankrolls here and see who we can maybe get in. We get census suffrage, and we also complete the path to liberalism, which I forgot was... Path to Liberalism is a great event chain because at the end of it, there also is like the new Colossus or another event that gives you 25% migration attraction until the end of the game, which is insane. We will probably just make this guy we'll just make this guy more popular because we already have so many radicals, it's not a big deal. And we're just checking to see if we have obligations here. We do not have any obligations. We are trying to expand the customs union, though. Could we maybe get Kebab in? Let's improve relations with Kebab as well. I think we're going to take the university throughput. Probably. Actually, we don't have many unis right now. They're just starting to come on up. This is, like, a big inflection point where we are trying to, like, dramatically expand the universities. So let's just do this. And then, let's come down here to Campania, which is now fully incorporated, so we're probably going to move our capital over here, which is going to wreck our authority for a little bit. But why don't we get rid of... this is a big consumption tax. We're going to get rid of this because we need more authority for when we are moving the capital over. We're moving it here because there's more... what's it called? Oh, we can't change... Oh, because we're in a play. Fair enough. Alright, we get open arms. And so this is the event I was talking about. 25% migration attraction. We're actually going to screenshot this event because I want to be able to talk about it. Maybe we should even take a save here. I want to be able to talk about it in a video. So we're going to take a save and just call it open arms. But, this event's really, really strong. It gives you plus 25% migration attraction until the end of the game, which is... Migration, I think, is too strong as a mechanic. You can just... Or, I don't know. We're gonna get a ton of migration, like, even with this, like, low, relatively low SOL here. So... I think he's focused, he's outside focus. Outside Europe? Yeah, so generally speaking, taking any sort of provinces, if we take a look, in general, well, so taking these lands is nice because we're playing Italy and this is themey, but if we just take a look at, you know, trying to take Venetia in general, we will, and we take a look at this, we will see we get homeland from Italy in terms of the cost, but because Austria is a great power, we're paying 20% more. And so this paying 20% more from the great power, like Malice, makes it so you generally don't want to take lands off of great powers if they are incorporated. And so this is kind of, yeah. When you have a puppet in a nation that itself has a puppet or personal union, does the order of annexation matter? I don't think it does. But I think almost always you'd be wanting to annex the bigger guy first, no? I can't think of an example where I wouldn't want to annex the bigger guy first. Generally, I guess if it's too much infamy, I don't think the order matters, but I'm not 100% sure. I have a lot of Brazilian viewers. I was looking through some of my demos, so I am planning on putting Brazil on future playthrough polls, although Greece is up next. Which is, since the let him cook thing won, I'm thinking that I can do Tonight We Dine in Hell meme from 300 at the start of those videos. Hey man, just started watching some of your vids. Really appreciate the mechanical deep dives. How early would you say to get universities in while industrializing? So I think that the biggest priority super early is to expand your construction, especially if you're under 200, and then maybe somewhere in the 200 to 500-ish range. I haven't really fully fleshed out the heuristic. I think you just want a 51 a uni, which is kind of at the inflection point we are now. We're going to start heading in that direction. But we're about to research steel frame building, so we're going to use steel frame building a lot as well. Or we're going to start switching over to steel frame in a bunch of places. And so we will see what we can afford. Because now that we have this, we have kind of already prepped with a lot of our construction, trying to make all this stuff for steel frame buildings cheaper. We're going to come in and we're going to start swapping some of these over. Not too many. I think just 2 for now. Actually, let's take a look. Where are these? These are queued in Piedmont and Emilia. So we're going to do it in Piedmont next, which does have a lot of construction centers, I think. And we're just going to watch these prices a little bit. So glass and steel have not become expensive. I think we might just do Emilia as well, because this is where we are building our glass. But then we are going to chill out, because these are really expensive. We should start losing money here. We did want to move the capital. We can't move it because we're at war. So we're just floating this extra authority. Kindly burn this letter. No problem. Yeah. I don't think that event matters too much. And as far as laws go, I guess we kind of want to get rid of social, or not social security. We would want to get rid of this. The industrialists don't like it, but they're pretty happy with us right now. Can we reform to put them in government? I think we're more happy just keeping our super righteous government than necessarily passing the child labor one. We would like to increase education, especially because we couldn't pick up Messina this time around, which is a bit unfortunate. Release Hungary to make Austria not a GP. We could do this, and what we'll probably do if I'm thinking in the first war, we'd probably just take one state off of them. I actually am very tempted to take Dalmatia because they have this this bonus here with the Krakow Falls, and then, but that's not on theme. But like this is probably the best province to take, and then release Hungary. That way we can beat them up and not have to pay as much. So we do enforce here. We will take our handy dandy smacky wacky button, and we will move, or we will reset PMs there, and then we're going to move the capital to Campania because it has more arable land total, which is going to cause some problems with the bureaucracy and the authority. It looks like we can actually afford another consumption tax here, though. We're actually going to take this one away, and we're going to tax services, and just services. And so, we will be losing some money here for a little while, but we do get up to 500 construction, which is a nice inflection point. So now, as you were talking about with the unis earlier, we're going to be focusing a little bit on the unis. We're going to drop down to speed 3 so I can kind of make sure I read the chat and not feel like I'm getting wrecked in game. Alright, we got 10, so we can wait a little while. Do you need coal and iron? Why do you need coal and iron to make steel? Because steel, you need furnaces and iron in order to make steel. I mean, I'm not abundantly familiar with the economic production of steel, but my understanding is I'm not actually qualified to answer that question. I don't know how steel is made, like on an in-depth sort of thing. For a late game campaign, it's better to go interventional, more laissez-faire. I believe laissez-faire is going to be the best until your GDP is about 2 billion or 1.5 billion, maybe 1.2, after which Council Republic is best. So definitely not interventionalism. Although we are considering swapping back to interventionalism in this run because of memes and just making a bunch of paper so we can subsidize the paper industry and export it to people and then embargo them and watch their economies collapse. Because I think this will be funny, so that we might do this. Oh, we didn't even get this guy. We just paid a bunch of infamy and got dicked. I wasn't even paying attention. Tigray got this guy because we were fully occupying him, and then that's unfortunate. Now, why is it we pay less infantry for this? We might do that anyways. Fulfill the Italian ambition. Let's dominion these boyos. We didn't save. We're not cowards. Not anymore. I really hope that they make diplomatic plays more intelligible. This is my main gripe with the game right now. There's also, like, replayability's got a few problems. But, like, I think if you haven't played, like, 6 or 7 campaigns, that the game is generally feels pretty fresh. Yeah, we gotta push some of these throughput bonuses. We're losing money, but we kind of want to be losing money right now. Let's see. Alright, so there's a lot of stuff I need to catch up on in the chat. For late game, okay, we answered that. Nice to catch a live. Yeah, I've not done too much live streaming. I still have to set up, like, a lot of the, like, live streaming incentives for, like, regarding to monetization, but I also don't care too much about the monetization stuff at this point, so, yeah. How to abolish serfdom with Russia. You want corn laws, but the gentry are pissed off? You just have to... You do the corn laws event chain, you just stick in export focus on this while the landowners are in power, and then you get a guy who... Okay, let's go to our landowner group. You get a guy who is, instead of, for his ideology, instead of traditionalist, you will get, like, this event for this new leader, and you will get a guy who's a market liberal who will support all of the economic reforms, which makes it super easy to swap off of serfdom. But this is, like, how I would do it. But I also think I'm going to start doing runs where I don't use the corn laws, because I don't like the event chain. I think it's bad for the game. It's basically impossible to get multiculturalism now if you don't choose a radical event. Yeah, it's basically impossible. Well, like, it's you just have to get lucky in regards to getting a radical or an anarchist. You can try and... So you can get this event chain where... You can get a different event chain if you are adjacent to a power that has, like, gone through a radical event chain. And so what you can do is you can try and conquer land next to someone who has already gotten a radical to try and force a radical yourself. But yeah, it's very difficult to get multiculturalism. Yeah, so your Persia run, you might be struggling a bit. But what you could do with Persia is you could just try and conquer as much land with pops that you accept and try and expand that way. Although I am sorry if that's the case. Incredible country. The only problem is how strong the landowners and religious are at the start. Yeah, I think you should actually be able to reform Russia pretty quickly. I suppose we could switch over and do it really quick, but I think people want to see Italy. Do you feel that building to 51 is always preferable for most buildings as comparable to spreading widely? Yes. Say during the ramp-up process. Not during... So it depends a little bit during the ramp-up process, because it depends on, like, the question of peasants and what the labor in the individual places look like, and if people can migrate. And so it's a variety of factors, but generally speaking, I think what you want to do early on is all of the building you're consciously building, or a huge majority, you want to encourage manufacturing in one spot and then build tall there. Because each factory will count for 20% extra factory, so it smooths out your buy and sell orders considerably when you're expanding construction, which is what you want to do early on. And so because of this, I think it's important. Yeah. Is there a reason you build beyond your population, like when you have no peasants? Yeah. Let's find a place, or let's try and find a place that has really... We're going to look at migration attraction, because this is probably going to be the best indicator. And we do have peasants here, unfortunately. So there is a modifier that you get from available employment. So if you build it, you get an increasing modifier that is actually quite large. So we have standard of living here, and then we have available employment. So this is adding plus 1.6. And so if you build up more, the more you build up beyond what you can actually even employ in a place, the more migration attraction you get. So I think you should just keep building, yeah. Although, like, I haven't done, like, a bunch of, like, math and spreadsheets on it. And this type of stuff will be kind of resistant to, like, easy spreadsheets. Capitalism demands endless growth, exactly. Well, so, like, this is also a huge driver of our economy right now, which we're gonna swap over a couple more of these. Let's swap over Sardinia. Because we're making money now, and we don't like that. So this is like the construction centers. Here, let's just... Like, all of this is driving demand in our economy, right? So it's an important part of our economy, also just to keep constructing from the sake of, like, creating demand in our economy so our businesses can be profitable. So what are we cooking? Well, right now we're cooking Ethiopians, but poor guys. That's sad. But, I thought about doing, like, some meal prep, like, videos more as a joke, but the thing is, like, I'm not sure how many people saw the poll, and so I'm uncertain how many people would get the joke if I just swapped for, like, a week to cooking videos, which I think would be really funny, like, performatively, because for those of you who don't know, there was a poll, and there's 3 serious options, and then 1 joke option where I said I was just going to switch to cooking videos instead of Victoria 3, and, the one about cooking won, or is winning. Technically, the poll's not closed until I say it is, but, so I was thinking of jokingly switching for, like, a week to cooking videos. But I also think that would, I think I would lose subs, and that would hurt my channel, so I kind of don't want to do it, and I kind of do. Do trade unions at the beginning have multiculturalism? Nobody supports multiculturalism, unless they have an ideology specifically that supports it. In this case, this ideology is radical, in which case you see it supports multiculturalism. To my knowledge, the only other one is anarchist that supports multiculturalism, but I'm not 100% sure on this. Is about 500 construction what you build up to, or do you like to go past that? I go as high as possible, kind of, until... so once you, like, pass, like, 6K, it actually starts getting increasingly uncomfortable, in terms of, ability to keep up with the queue and just, like, feeling like a good gameplay experience. And so to the extent that I think it's theoretically correct to just keep expanding construction, unless there's no more, agriculture expansion, resources expansion, available on the map, basically. In which case or available in your countries, in which case you probably should have expanded differently as well. April 1st, I was thinking the same thing, would be a good time for the cooking video. Unfortunately, it passed. If you have to guess what will the first Vic 3 DLC will be about, I have to see what 1.3 will be about before making a prediction. I think that if they're going to dramatically overhaul or add a bunch of stuff to something, I would really want it to be diplomacy, so that the game has more replayability and adding dynamism through diplomacy, and making diplomatic plays not suck. So that's what I would want to see. And that's what I think they should do. Yay, we subjugated Tigray, so we're going to be able to siphon off some pops from them. I think we have a good amount of infamy here, and so we can kind of just chill for now. Let's check our bankrolls, as we should. And we should maybe bankroll another person. Looks like we're doing pretty okay on the money. And I'm thinking we're going to swap the rest of these over to steel frame. Maybe that's a bit too much. We'll swap a couple. Want to be losing a decent amount of money. We definitely want to deficit spend. Deficit spend just injects money into your economy and you make the line go burr. Right now it's not burring as much as we want because we're kind of running out of labor that's cheap. Because we're low on peasants. We're trying to solve that with things. First thing to cook is pizza. I made pizza once with a friend of mine, and this was like back in the epic mealtime like era, and we put 2 pounds of bacon on the pizza, and it was disgusting. Slap on espionage system. Espionage would be sweet too, like a little espionage noir action. I also have a sneaking suspicion one of the first maybe 3 DLCs will expand the timeline. Like, I would not be shocked if they made it go to 46 instead and added tier 6 techs or a bunch of tier 5 techs. Because, like, if you look at, like, tier 5, there's a lot less tier 5 techs than, like... Or, well, specifically with production, there's a lot less tier 5s. I don't know. I would be excited to see, like, 5 to 10 year timeline expansion would be a lot of fun for me. We're gonna damage relations with this guy. We do want to get all of Ethiopia for the memes, more so than anything else. Let's see if we still have this huge construction malice. Yeah, so we're not building the gold mines in here yet, but we will want to soon-ish. We are building a bunch of unis, which are going to cost a lot, especially because this is rising. And this is just a proxy for our normal wage, but the wages that the universities are paying are rising because the normal wage is rising, which is the average wage of all of our incorporated states. We did want to go after these guys too. Tripolitania is actually fantastic to go after. So we're going to check our infamy. We're going to take a quick save. Now, the reason Tripolitania is good is because it's not very populated, which isn't really solving the problem we want to solve, but they do have a lot of oil later on, and they would allow us to be adjacent to the Egyptian market, which would be good, I think. We could also just take Sinai from Egypt. Just say, give me that. They only have 500 power projection. I made a video about this. I think I released it this morning. Where I think taking Sinai is just underrated. Especially for us as Italy, because we are like the center of our market is in the Mediterranean, in which case I think Sinai is even more valuable, and we really don't want another great power to do the event chain and get the thing. So let's take a look. Let's go in the diplomacy tab. All right, we do have an interest there. Why can't we declare on Egypt? Okay, we can. So this, of course, will be like infinite. Yeah. But we just want to take Sinai. And then we'll put in another war goal. War reparations. I think we'll make war reps primary. And then we'll put something else in to make them, like, enjoy the back down idea. I think. I'm not sure if it's open market or ban slavery. We also didn't save before this play, so this might go horribly wrong. But we'll see. We might load, we might not. What country do I think needs the most additional content? That's like a weird subjective question. I think that Paradox will look what country is most being played that has no localization and just give localization to that country. And so I don't know what the answer to that is. I think Spain doesn't have a lot of localization and it could. I'm not sure about France's. I haven't played France. Yeah, I don't know who's gonna get the most localization next. I know, like, they are in desperate need of more localization. About DLC stuff, you would like to somehow create shared markets like the EU or invade through economic means? Well, what do you mean invade markets? But shared markets would be neat. I think that might be difficult to implement. Ooh, we do have a front down here, so we're actually gonna mobilize a couple of these boyos. We're actually gonna just put them all down here. And then we're going to take a look at our military if we have any, like, extra... We have battalions in reserve, so we can promote one of these boyos. Ooh, he's good. We'll probably land with this guy, and then that should kind of... how much oil specifically? I think in Tripolitania, I think it's like 75. I think there's like 60 here and like 15 here or something like this. Bacon on pizza? Yeah, bacon on pizza is delicious. It is my favorite topping on pizza, but that's not very Italian, I don't think. Big Sag for the Italians in the chat. They should improve the game performance in the late game. I don't know. I think that they should try and make the game more accessible for newer players. If you don't build a ton of construction, which is like a lot of new players don't, then it is, yeah, this is starting to get uncomfortable. It looks like they are super fearful, and we just need to give them a reason. And so we're going to... What about liberating Hejaz? And some of this stuff. Why can't we release Syria? That's a little bit weird. Sudan's all down here. We could take Sudan after liberating it, which is kind of interesting. Oh, we should have annexed Tigray here, so we could colonize through there. That was a bit of a mistake. We could liberate Palestine. I think that I kind of like... Well, I actually don't hate liberating Palestine because we'll be next to it. So, if the war goes through. And we'll ban slavery as well, which will make them less conservative. For pulling them into the market later. A currency system seems to be necessary also. A currency system would be neat. The problem is like, keeping track of numbers, right? I don't know how implementable... So a lot of stuff might be easy to implement, but might be really taxing on performance. Currencies, like, I would love to see a stockpile system where you, the government, could stockpile resources to help combat various, like, mechanics and stuff, but I don't think that's going to be forthcoming because I think it would be too much on the calculations. They forgot the first Carlist war. Yeah. So maybe Spain will get some localization. Spain really doesn't feel like it does. Invade foreign markets, foreign investments, but more than just give money for infrastructure, like having political power in that market. Yeah, that would be really cool. I actually think there should be like a political influence like resource that you can use to force people to not join diplomatic plays. And I think that this is kind of how they should balance the diplomatic plays and make them like more playable. We see that we have a bunch of available construction, so we're going to take a look, and we're going to take a look at what's expensive. Normally this is not how you want to kind of decide what to build, but what we are looking for is the construction goods that are expensive, and we're going to build a ton of them. Notably, steel, the PMs on steel are generally really, really efficient. So if steel is really expensive, we really want to expand that. And so I think we're just going to, like, 51 this boyo, and then we're going to need a bunch of this in the front. And then that should be good. 51's kind of a lot, but we do want to maximize economies of scale throughput. Let's see. They don't have any of Syria. I think if you release Syria, it also includes Lebanon. But they don't own the capital, is I think why we can't release it. They're super fearful. I was really hoping they would just back down. Since no one else is joining, we're going to use the rest of our maneuvers to try and scare them. I think we're going to liberate Lebanon as well. And then this will probably revolt anyways. And we'll hopefully get some tasty, tasty war reps if we do have to fight. Bacon is better than pineapple on pizza, but it's still illegal in Italy. Is it actually illegal? Shout out to you. I actually really like fried eggplant on pizza, but there's only like one pizza place near me that does that. The ability to invest in other countries without requiring conquest would be cool. I agree. I think they're going to implement that in 1.3. They've talked about it. Egypt backs down, yay, and we get Sinai, yay. And it'll be a cheap incorporation now. It doesn't have anything kind of built out, or it doesn't have much built out, so we're just going to actually incorporate it because it's only 27, and we're going to build a port here. We're going to put that port at the front of the queue as well. And then we will also, yeah, the lead is also a really valuable resource, like, throughout the game. It's super cheap for us to take because the peasants reason, and we can also do the thing, through the thing. And we notably, like, we have the center of our trade market is here, and right now they're going all around the Cape in order to get here. So this is burning convoys, this burning convoys getting over here. So maybe we should even prioritize a little bit, you know, expanding the government administrations to do the Canal, the Suez survey. Invest in vassals would be super helpful. Yeah, I agree. I also think you should be able to vassal feed, just so you can have, like, you can roleplay a bit and have, like, better borders and, like, yeah. About having shared markets, you don't think it's very hard just having an option like this with selected country and seeing the benefits, like cheaper labor? So the thing is, I think you really need to, like, so the customs union is a form of sharing, so it would have to be distinct enough from a gameplay perspective for it just not to feel like customs union plus. Victory late game gets stuck in, wait, I'm getting stuck with that sentence. Victory late game gets stuck like Hoey, pain. Yeah, I generally agree with you. That it's quite painful. Let's see how we're doing on this. Are we burring? Not as much as we'd like. I think it's a little gummy because the price of labor is increasing. So I think that, I think what we're gonna do is, let's see, what do we got in terms of the Navy? We just got that one boyo. Well, I think we can land China. We might have to go after China next. Mutual funds should kick things up a little bit, though. So mutual funds will be big happy. It's everyone's favorite. Everyone who loves clicking loves this PM. Oh, this is crime. We forgot to click our handy dandy smacky wacky button. Sinai. We'll go to publicly traded on everything, and then we'll check the chat. This is my favorite part of the game. Really wish there would be. I mean, fortunately, you only have to do this once now, but, like, oh my god, it was like so bad before they had the switch all PMs to the thing you want thing. Yeah. Pretty sure we had secular. Nah, can't make that. We're not going to switch the arms industries for reasons we've actually discussed about in the video. But everything else we're going to switch over, basically. We wouldn't switch electricity if we had it and still had the first PM on electricity. I guess we could start doing some of these labor-saving PMs. We want to swap over the labor-saving PMs slowly because we don't want to cause too much unemployment. So let's find a little bit here. Let's swap over the tools to water tube boiler here, which is barely not profitable, but it makes labor cheaper for the rest of the market. Hi, in the perm video I saw you birded a couple of times. Yes. I think part of your game is dealing with consequences of your actions. Would love to see some of that in the future. What great content. So here's my for every other game I've played, you know, of Paradox, I play on Iron Man. I think that the diplomatic plays are just broken, and because of that, I bird frequently. Yes, I agree. If they change that, I will probably stop. I will probably start playing on Iron Man. If they also change the things so that you can't just absolutely get wrecked by one particular thing, which is you could accidentally click switch sides when your subject is having a revolution and switch the sides of their revolution, so you brick your entire run if you're playing Iron Man, is my understanding. But yeah, I mean, I think the diplo plays are super broken. So like, let's say we were trying to puppet these guys here. Sometimes you just randomly get two great powers joining against you, and they're just going to pay 20. They're going to force you to pay 20% of your income, and there's no real way out of it because it's a primary war goal, and it's just. And sometimes they want a treaty port. In the fractured China run we played, they actually wanted to take our capital. Our capital was Hebei. Germany had a treaty port on it, and they wanted to just take the rest of the capital as a return state CB. And so like, the consequences. If I were to play on Iron Man. Or to not bird at all, I would actually just declare way fewer wars, which I think is perhaps a fair way to play, but I think it would be less interesting to watch as well. And so I was considering doing like a France run where we played on hard difficulty, hyper-interventionalist AI, where we expelled diplomats from every country at the start of the game to give us max infamy, and then try and see what we could do with like the worst start possible on one of the strongest nations. We will not give away. I'm so glad that we conquered Sinai right before this. We will not give an inch of our land because we don't want them to do this. Yeah. You can suck it, France, which probably makes France not like us. So let's take a look. They are cordial. Let's take a look at diplomacy and see who they have rivalries with. So we will, if we can, we want to cozy up with Germany and with England, Great Britain. We cannot currently, so let's see if we can declare a rival. We're going to rival for Spain. The classic, not very powerful great power. And we're going to improve relations with Germany. We might try and do a bunch of trade volume with Germany to try and get this out. Don't obligations prevent other nations from joining plays against you for a certain period of time? Yes. Until the obligation expires, which is can be quite a long time. Let's check our infamy. We're doing okay on the infamy front. I think we do... Oh, we're damaging relations with these guys. Fantastic. Can annex them. Not going to do too much. Let's see where we can colonize. We're kind of colonizing in most places. Let's finish the Zulu colony, though. And what's the plan here? Oh yeah, we're going open hearth process next to make the construction cheaper. And I think that after this, the plan was to kind of move towards malaria prevention. So I guess we'll go civilizing mission next, because we're going to go that way anyways. Did you play Victoria too? I played a little bit, but not enough to like know what was going on. I actually did not feel so like in order for a game to be fun, you have to feel like a sense of agency and connection to the game, and I just couldn't get that in the first like, I don't know, 10 hours I played Vicky 2. And so I stopped playing it, I think. Is there any way to tell what land will be released when you liberate country play? No, there's not. Well, actually there is a way, but it involves you swapping countries. You can pause, go escape, go switch countries, switch to the country, and just see what you can release, which will break your ability to get any achievements, but that would be a way you could check if you cared enough. They should put an option to release a nation as your puppet in a diplomatic play. I tentatively agree with that, yeah. As long as it doesn't break anything else. Heartsea, it's illegal for people, especially in the traditional southern ones, but eggplant is also used in Italy. Are you talking about fried eggplant? I love it on pizza. Can you make a Brazil guide, please? I've gotten a lot of requests for Brazil, so I'm definitely going to put them in the next poll. I really like the idea of using democracy to decide what we're going to do. So, like, if it's just a vocal minority of people asking for Brazil, then maybe we don't play Brazil, but it's definitely on my list to take a look at. What do you think the starting steps for Rise as Greece are? So, I've experimented a ton of runs so far with Greece, but haven't really made the video. I think I'm going to open with taking Montenegro, so we can be adjacent to the Austrian market for more trade, and then taking Brunei, and then taking Bahrain, and then colonizing down here in order to get into Futa Jalan all the way to Messina, because there's a really strong, unique building here in the eastern Mali. And so that's kind of the idea. And then after those three are taken and the truce is up with the Ottomans, a whole bunch of safe scumming, as it were, to try and get a good war with the Ottomans. If you don't feel like safe scumming, I would just grow the economy until you could slap around kebab by yourself. Would be kind of the way of going. Thank you for replying. The France play sounds like a good idea. Cheers. Yeah, I'm gonna probably try and include it in the next poll. Also, just in terms of what people like to see, they like to see the really, really small starts, and those are hyper volatile and just get wrecked a lot by great powers. And you're not in a position to fight back. Like, right now, the game balance is, like, currently designed to play as great power as far as people joining plays against you. And so, like, if you're not playing as great power, it's a lot of it's just kind of generally pretty uncomfortable. We are trying to solve this pop problem, though. We really need more pops. I mean, maybe we just fight Great Shing. Let's start damaging relations. Alternatively, we could try and get them in the customs union. We can't get them above amicable, I don't think, unless we got a trade agreement. Oh, we have a trade agreement. Will they progress to friendly? If we could pull them into the market, that would solve our problems substantially. We are about to research the steel stuff, so what's next is going to be glass. Glass is also generally really efficient if you're making use of it, so... We'll see about expanding the glassworks. We're going to put them down in Emilia, and then add a couple of these at the front. And hope the Autocube adds a few as well. Do you still think there's a possibility for you to take Messina? Yeah, but it involves fighting France. Or the UK. So we would have to fight the UK in order to take Sierra Leone. Or one of these territories, so we could snake in this way, or we'd have to fight France. But there's no way to do it without fighting one of those two. Yeah. I mean, it's possible, but it's painful. You love when the AI joins a play against you on the other side of the world for some useless treaty port or war reps. Yeah. This is... they especially really like joining when you have subjects that are unrecognized. Speaking of, let's try and annex this guy and watch as a great power joins against us. Let's illustrate the idea as we're talking about it. Because they do have a bunch of coal here, we do want to decay kind of what's going on, and so we'll watch as Great Britain joins against us here. Do you think in the future you might do some runs where you restrict yourselves in some ways? Yeah, I think I had challenge runs as a category for a poll, but people voted on formidable countries instead. But yeah, I mean, like, there's... To be fair, like, already restricting myself in a lot of ways, like, with a lot of these runs by playing really underpowered countries. Like, Sokoto run was a bit rough at the start. But, outside of playing hard starts like Krakow and Luxembourg. Yeah, there's, I mean, Sokoto, we also limited it ourselves by basically only expanding in Africa as well. That was another, like, form of limitation. And also fighting great powers over little strips of land in Africa that are just like wholeheartedly not worth it. I think you could save, switch, check, load back, and still be eligible for achievements if you understood you correctly. I don't think you can, but you can double check if you'd like. Will you ever play as the East India Company if people vote for it? That's kind of how we're deciding where we play. Have you done the Empire Under the Pun? No, I was preparing for a run in like 1.1, and this is still, it's done okay in a few votes in terms of what we're gonna play, but it has not won any of the votes for Empire Under the Pun, and it is so much harder on under 1.2 because the British Raj really likes to try and fight you. So I think you have to, you know, maybe do at the very start, you're gonna probably take Sind, something like this. Hope that the UK doesn't join you against you. If the UK joins against you, you restart. And then you go for decrees and you do enlistment efforts in a bunch of places or whatever to try and get as many conscripts as possible when the East India Company joins against you. And then after you take the East India Company, you like take war reps, but it's just going to be like a super slog where you can't delete your military, which is normally kind of the approach. We see that we're kind of coming a bit of come up here in terms of, you know, our income. Doing pretty good. So we're going to keep pushing the universities more than the construction until we get to a level 51 uni. Open Hearts process. Let's go, baby. This should ease the price of the construction quite a bit, but increase our demand for iron and steel quite a bit. I believe it requires more iron and steel. And so we will take a look and we will try and push one of these towards the economies of scale throughput bonus. Now we're building a lot in Piedmont anyways, so we're going to do this one. So this is 21, 31, 41, 51, and then we'll add a few railways in Tuscany to support that. And I think we'll add ports to solve these problems at the front of the queue. And then that feels pretty good. We're making a lot of money. Now we are somewhat reliant on migration for starting to tamp down on our normal wage. Obviously when we decrease taxes, this will increase standard of living, but it will not increase the normal wage. The two are correlated but not 100% related. And so we're going to look to decrease taxes here, which of course makes us lose money, but we are pretty fine losing money. We'd rather stimulate more mass migration events by increasing our standard of living. Looks like no one joined and we're just annexing, so that's what we're doing here. And we're going to take a look at the thing. At the chat. Do you still think there's a possibility for... Okay, already asked. Do you think in the future you might play... Blah, blah, blah. Will you ever play as the East India Empire? Blah, 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 blah. Speaking of the East India Company, is the Doctrine of Lapse a good way to minimize infamy from annexing subjects? I am not sure about that mechanic. I don't think I've done any test runs as the East India Company, or I've only done like one for like 10 minutes or something like this. Do unis also benefit like factories? So you want the 51 uni? Yes, 100%. It's actually more important. So we're going to take a look at which person's clout is closer to 20. They're like identical, and they're both super happy. We'll just do this. We do want the trade unions to have a bit more of a come up than they are currently having. I suppose we could bolster them if we're not on protected speech, which we're not. We could also go for universal suffrage to try and bolster them, but I don't want to accidentally kneecap the industrialists as a process, and as this comes up, the trade unionists will get better. But we'll take a close look at the unis in just a second. Doesn't the game feel slow for you at the beginning for small nations, where construction is too expensive and low construction? Yeah, it feels a bit slow, except for I'm trying to talk and explain ideas in like the first hour, like a lot of stuff, with just kind of the way of like making gameplay videos, and so it actually doesn't feel slow from that perspective, but it would otherwise. You felt that way with Chile? Yeah, I definitely understand how you could feel that way. In terms of like trying to explain stuff, that's actually the period where it's like most engaging in terms of trying to explain stuff, so I don't experience that, but I would 100% recognize if other people did. Speed 3, your arch enemy? Yeah, I'm playing on speed 3 mainly because I'm trying to interact a lot with the chat. If you guys want me to increase the speed, let me know though. I can probably manage speed 4 and keeping up with chat. But looking here, the throughput bonus, you get economies of scale. we're also getting some from free science. But this is incredibly important because the majority of the cost of the universities that the government is paying is in the wages themselves, not in the paper. And so what throughput does is it increases the amount of paper that's going through, and it increases the output by the same percentage. And so it is absolutely nuts on universities, and you really 100% should be just building universities to 51 and not trying to spread them out for some sort of whatever reason. Or like the reason to like spread them out is to be like, I need qualifications everywhere, but you don't need to do that. Your people will manage to get qualifications if they have a high enough standard of living so that they get education access anyways. And qualifications are generally not a problem overall throughout the game, and so you should really be, you know, doing some of this. You need workers pay income taxes and then buy goods and pay consumption taxes, and then the goods used to buy etc., income, and then goes to the income of the capitalist and gets reinvested. Yes, in the entirety, it does stimulate the economy, but you would rather stimulate the economy with a massive throughput bonus as well. Like, you're not trying to increase this wages number. You would rather pay more wages for more construction than have spread out unis. You still want to build them tall. Although I don't think that's what you're referring to. I'm just trying to emphasize. Hey, first comment here. Thanks for making videos for new players to learn this game and explain detail on it. You are very welcome. I enjoy it. Thank you for all the subscribers. Although, I'm not sure if you're subscribed or not, but in general, that's a general thank you to the chat, because subscribers make it so I can do this more, obviously. And so that's how it works, and like, any sort of channel growth or like, my ability to like do this is like greatly informed by engagement and subscribers, and so it's fundamentally more on the community basis than on the communities creators, not themselves. Why do you build the universities if you already hit the innovation cap? Because there's an overflow. So I think it's around 60%, but any innovation that's unspent will overflow into your technology spread, and so this will give you techs that others places have researched, and so this is quite a powerful mechanic. And so it's not quite as efficient as, you know, just increasing your literacy, but it's still quite a very strong mechanic, and this is why you want to overbuild the unis. You build unis everywhere, so they name one after me. Well, I would suggest just building one university in a place. I mean that universities are cheaper than they seem. Yes, they are cheaper than they seem because they do stimulate the economy, but you also, whenever you build a university, they are driving consumption up, but you are also paying, in addition to this cost, you're also paying the opportunity cost of building a manufactory. So there's like, there's also additional costs associated that are not clear, but I agree with you, your sentiment. When are these guys coming in? We need more construction. I think we can swap the rest over now. And that'll be pretty good. Did anyone comment on Speed 4? Maybe we should go Speed 4. We'll go Speed 4 for a while. We'll see how it goes. We're starting to get a little bit more of an uptick here. This kind of coming on up is going to cause us additional pain, and it's not the standard of living coming up that's the problem. It's the normal wage coming up, because we don't have we are running out of peasants. But the standard of living, we actually want the standard of living to grow, which is why we decrease taxes. So this big uptick is not a result of the normal wage increasing, it's the result of us decreasing taxes, which we're going to continue to do to try and drive this number up without driving the normal wage up. And the normal wage is the average of all your incorporated states, the average wage of all your incorporated states, which determines how much this costs, is informed by the normal wage. How much these boyos cost. Subscribe, thanks again. May I ask, is it the Indian Territory achievement is possible in this patch? Or is it impossible in 1.12? No, it's not impossible. I think you just have to be a little bit gamey and just restart a lot and just keep declaring war on the US until someone joins with you. I think this is the way. I think that makes for a bad viewer experience. That's kind of why I don't want to do it. But I guess if people really wanted that, we could do it. Let's check our infamy. Pretty reputable. We are damaging relations with Austria. Now, let's take a look at who Austria's rivaling. So we're gonna maybe try and We're rivaling Russia. Russia's not happy with us. We cannot rival Austria yet, and they will... Oh, no, trade unions. We see this at the bottom right. Solidarity gets deactivated because they went to -9. So we absolutely have to try and pass something that they like. So we're going to reform the government. We're going to do this. It's more legitimate anyways. And we're going to probably do compulsory primary school because we really want that bonus. We also alternatively could do poor laws because everyone supports poor laws. So let's take a look at... will we still be getting the Industrialist bonus? Yeah, so we'll be going from 19 to 14. So we're going to do compulsory primary school. We also kind of want this one anyways. And now we have Solidarity activated. Tatswana has I think we're going to go for a Beijing province next, or a Chinese province. So I think we're going to need a little bit more military for this. So we're going to take a look at our barracks. Yuck. Okay. Well, first of all, we're going to come in and we're going to delete the barracks is not in Italy. And then we're going to... Romea, where is this? It's in Italy? Okay, fair enough. We're going to add barracks. First, we're going to smooth out all these to be multiples of 5 because I'm neurotic. And where's... We have +6. Oh, Italian Gondar. Where's Gondar? I think that this is... Yeah. I was about to say, I think it's Ethiopia. So we'll delete that. And so now it'll all be multiples of... It'll be 185. So we just need to add a bit more. Now I think we're just going to add in Campania. So this is bringing us up to 200. And then maybe we want around 250. So we're going to add a little bit to Tuscany as well. And then 40 more to Campania. And that'll be up to 250. And that'll feel pretty good. Some dude on YouTube went early units as Belgium and in 40 years clapped France. I mean... what patch was that on? Because you can do anything you want on the really early patches. Like, everything works. But, yeah. Isn't there a Chinese state with a shipyard bonus? Yeah, there is. I think it's either this one or this one. Yep. Shipyards. But, we would rather have the Forbidden City. As well as have an adjacency with Shaanxi. But, also, these guys are not friendly, so we're going to do this, and that's going to solve our population problem. Which is why we didn't start damaging relations. Of course, we have this problem now, because the convoys have to go here, which is really going to make getting the Suez Canal very important, which we had kind of picked out enough of this to do, so we're going to survey the Suez Isthmus. And then we are going to add some more government administrations at the front of the... Or they're building right now. We're going to add a couple... We're going to add one at the front. But that's going to be important for us to get the Suez Canal to kind of get these convoys rolling. And we will also build some ports. But the convoy cost is based on how many nodes they have to travel through, and right now they're traveling this to get to China, and if we get the Suez Canal, they'll travel this to get to China, so that'll be a good thing. If you rush universities as Prussia and go full military, you can go versus all great powers by 1965. I believe it. To be honest, as far as strategy goes, or like my knowledge base, I would think that as in a general sense, I do not know how to play the great powers as well as I know how to play like the smaller countries, because I've just been playing mostly smaller countries, and so figuring out how to claw my way out of Sokoto versus like knowing how to crush as fast as possible with Prussia is more kind of where my knowledge is. And so there's that, you know, and like I don't know, there's like still a lot of complexity to this game that like needs to get like whoa, what state did we take here? Why is this all messed up? Alright, we're gonna actually try and reset PMs. Oh, Zululand, okay. And we got compulsory primary school, fantastic. So we're gonna also look to increase this institution once our authority kicks in, which is not yet. And what else did we want to change? The art schools. Oh, we also... Whoa! This is what you get for playing fast. I don't know. I think that's probably the swap back. We're going to want to switch to covered markets in the near future, though. Actually, we're just going to... I think we could switch now. No, we're going to have a glass problem specifically. I know we have a ton of steel. Xing is importing glass, which is actually terrible because that means they left the customs union, or what's going on here? Great Xing is starting to import glass. Got it. That's fair. We do have some glass in the queue, I think. Like a ton. We'll put a little bit more in the queue. Put it on auto expand. Earlier there was talk about countries in need of more flavor. I think Japan is going to be somehow they will give flavor. Japan already has a lot of flavor. Since the restoration was such a big thing, probably exception for heavy scripting and railroading. I mean, maybe they'll add more to Japan. People seem to really like my Japan run. I was shocked at how many views that was getting, so maybe. I think there's already a lot for Japan though, so we will choose. Man, I really think that the migration is going to be super powerful right now, but I just can't. I can't not get the tech. I think we're also fine. This should start coming down now that China's in the market, because we're going to pull a lot of Han pops into our all of our provinces, and so this will be really good. Yourself, you only played great powers and I'm starting to play smaller countries, because when you play a great power, you just become the biggest economy in the first 20 years. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's, playing a great power without a unique challenge feels super steamrolly, but, like, also, like, playing, like, a small country, like, also gets, like, kind of old. I kind of want to lean towards playing a great power after Greece, because I've just played so many smaller countries, it's starting to feel a little bit all the same. And I am feeling mildly burnt out. I think, so replayability is, like, for my end experience, replayability is going to be something that I really, like, hope that they improve, but we'll see. GDP is cranking up. It should crank up even more as all the buildings get way more profitable as we are pulling migrants from China. And I think to try and encourage this, we're going to do this. We're just going to get on that full low taxes, baby. Oh no, I hate it when this happens. They're just going to wreck us. Nope, they moved. Nope, they didn't move. The split fronts thing is just so aggravating. Yeah. Ever thoughts about playing with Excel? Have I thought about playing with Excel? We currently are working on a series of Excel spreadsheets for making of videos. Yeah. And we get our, I think this is our first mass migration, or our first in a while. First of this session. Right after we decrease the taxes. You don't say, because what this is doing is it is shooting up the standard of living. Whenever these two numbers is less than 100, you're going to have an excess, so the standard of living is going to come up. And so this is kind of the income. This is the normal wage. You kind of tracks with income, not perfectly because this includes unincorporated states, but let's just say it kind of does. So when we decrease taxes, we increase the margin of excess, which is going to drive up the SOL, which is what drives migration, which is why there's like a bifurcation between standard of living and wages. But it's like, this is a good proxy for it when you are making sure to consider, you know, this. And so once you start needing a lot of migration, then turning down taxes becomes really good. And so early game, you want high taxes because the people can't leave, the peasants, and this allows you to construct more. But late game, you do not. I think we're going to add construction too here. And we have a bunch coming up in Emilia, so we're going to add it there. Oop, okay, that's a railroad. For a half second I thought we had built one of these. And we're gonna be getting 26 more units, so we have a lot of costs coming in. We're gonna put a consumption tax. I'm gonna put it on luxury furniture. What do you think the devs could do to add to replayability? Make it so that the very same things are not just like strictly better for like the entire game. Which, I expand in the same spot every game, and like, you know, it feels, there's no localization really. Every country, there's no unique country bonuses or unique country cultures or anything like this, and there's sometimes a little bit of a unique country chain, and so there's no localization that's driving stuff. We're actually going to go ahead of time for malaria prevention, which is going to take a little bit more time to research because we don't have all the tier 3 texts, but this I think is one of the best ones to go ahead of time, and this is what we're going to be doing. Is this a mod? No. What exactly in here, it looks like a mod, just out of curiosity. In this period, economies usually grew 1% a year, if you recall correctly. Well, that ain't us. We're getting turned up. You would say that the most fun great power is Russia because of the expansion and reforming of the country, and USA is trying to get a lot of immigration. I think USA is probably one of the more fun ones. I actually think the most fun starts are Egypt and Japan. But it looks like United States' pie is getting fingered right now, so there's that. But we are gonna, yeah, we're right after we increase the or decrease the taxes, we're starting to get some mass migration, which is gonna pull down wages. It's also gonna pull down the SOL a little bit, but the SOL is rising because we did this. But overall, it's gonna lead to more people, which is exactly what we want. We are spending a little bit. Also, you think you should reconsider Qing in your Great Power run and try and win the Opium Wars as an early challenge? I might do that. The thing is, I've done a Great Qing run before, and then I just did the Fractured China run. But I might just do it just for, like, a starting steps, like how to win the Opium Wars. If it is winnable, I'm not 100% sure. I think you're supposed to move your capital to here. I think this is probably a big, important thing, because this has the most arable land anyways, and that way they can't just land you as on the capital as easy. You think you should consider doing, let's see, population tab, maybe an out-of-date mod. This is not a mod. This is in the main game now. Especially this excess thing, which is fantastic in terms of, like, they're making a lot of stuff a lot more transparent, which is great, for, like, improving. I think that replayability is not as important right now as far as just kind of evaluating the game as making the game more accessible to new players. Establish colonies here and everywhere. Yeah, hopefully we're looking to not get cut off here, which would be really nice. Great Britain, we unfortunately got cut off here by Great Britain and got cut off here by Great Britain, so the early expansion was a hot mess. Especially starting as Sardinia Piedmont. It would have been so much easier starting as the other guy. Have you deleted the barracks in Orama? It's in Ethiopia? I think we did. I guess we don't need all these new barracks that we're building as well, but we'll just finish them anyways. A little bit of stimmy to the economy. We have a huge queue already queued up, so I think we're just going to leave that. Maybe we could... No, we can't input another consumption tax, unfortunately. Let's see. Let's take a look at our government. Let's make sure we're getting bonuses from all these guys. These guys want to join parties, but we're not going to do anything about it. So, I don't think there's anything we really want to change here. We could put in private health insurance at some point, which I think we want to. The far left crushes, and then the agrarian party next. I think we're already, yeah, super righteous, so we're not going to swap anything. And we want to eventually go, like, towards old age pension, but we want to enact poor laws at a time when it's going to make these guys happy, and they're already happy, so we're not going to push it. We could also go universal suffrage to try and accelerate these guys getting powerful, but I don't think we're going to. Could also decrease taxes and bolster them. This is a thing. Maybe you can conquer around Sokoto and in the north, colonies there, and avoid getting cut off. Yeah, from here, I think we'd be a little bit too slow to that party. We were too slow to this party. We should have just annexed the Tigrayan territory. The thing is Great Britain is also just colonizing faster. They have more incorporated pops than we do, I think. We have 2.6 million. I think they probably have more. We get fertilizers. So let's get turned up. Or let's swap over PMs. Let's also just stay unpaused. I always forget when you get mechanized, or I forget to turn it on. Let's go there. Industrial boom, boost them further. This is in Piedmont, which I think in theory we might not even want to be encouraging manufacturing anymore. I think we might want to move it over to Campania at some point, but maybe we can just keep going there. They do have a construction malice, I think, which makes it not the best place to build high. Build tall. It's good at a migration target, though. I actually just think it's going to be painful to take this off, but I think it's what we should do here. Which is, this is going to hurt the economy here, because all these places just lost 20% throughput, but I think it's... I think eventually we want to build a high here, and we want to just kind of encourage the AI to build a high here. And so that's what we're going to do. We'll add clothes at the back of the queue. The queue is huge, though. Oh, you didn't catch that? Only if I was asking if it's in Italy or not? Yeah. That was more rhetorical, which I guess I shouldn't ask rhetorical questions with chat, I guess. East India Company would be another entertaining playthrough to watch, too. Don't know if you've done it yet. I have not done the East India Company. I've done, like, I think one, like, 10-minute start is them. When I was looking for an agrarian country, I was looking between them, Russia, and Mexico, and then we ended up playing Mexico. Love your stuff, bro. If you could ask one question, you could ask one and one only. That was your question. You asked if you could ask a question. The answer is yes. No, that's a joke. How do you decide on whether or not to switch up green production methods, reducing labors? You seem to avoid changing in most games. So, I've been, so first of all, I am currently in the process of doing spreadsheets where I just look at every PM, like, with a bunch of factors, and I think my opinion might change after this, so I'm just going to give you my opinion as it is right now, with the understanding that it might change in the near future. I think you should change right before it becomes profitable, so this is going to be a little too late. This is also, there's currently not enough labor into Piedmont, and Piedmont's where we have almost all of ours, so specifically in Piedmont, it's really, really good. The way I think you should look at it is you should switch before it becomes profitable, and as you're running out of peasants, but not switching all of them on at first, or at once, because this can drive unemployment. And so the answer is you slowly trickle it on. From my perspective, we're going to switch it on just here in Piedmont, because we are having a labor shortage. And you switch over slowly. You specifically want to do it as labor is starting to become expensive, so as you're running out of peasants. None of these PMs are good, or almost none of these PMs are good when you have a bunch of cheap labor, and they're all good when you have, like, no labor available. But I think you want to slowly turn them on in order to not cause issues. The labor-saving PMs, like mechanized looms that only take tools, are particularly good, and you should just always swap them on immediately. The rural ones, you should swap on as your subsidies start to go up. So just as subsidies start to increase, these will increase demand for transportation, which is going to decrease the amount you're paying in the subsidy. So these ones, as soon as I start seeing a subsidy, I start swapping them on until I've swapped all of the railway ones on. And so the ones that demand transportation, the heuristic is as you are paying subsidies, you swap them on. The other ones, you are going to want to go water tube boiler first. Now, it's different. It costs a different amount in different places as well. Like these ones are 5 and 5 for minus 150. Let's find another one. These ones are 10. This one's costing 10 for minus 150, and this is 5 and 5. So the costs are also different. And I haven't done an analysis of the costs. I'm guessing some industries are better to swap on first. Rotary valve engine is less efficient than water tube boiler, so you should definitely do water tube boiler everywhere before you start doing rotary valve engine, unless you have some specific reason not to. But this is kind of the not so short answer, if that makes sense. Was that satisfactory? Or did you have another question? I'll follow up. I'm gonna start swapping out some of this as well. And we're making money, so we're probably going to add construction here. We do have a bunch of stuff in the queue that's going to cost a bunch of money, but we don't want to be... We want to be deficit spending anyways, so... We're just gonna do that. Is there an argument for not switching labor-saving PMs if you're trying to rush Council Republic worker co-ops? No. I think that you can make the argument. I think it's incorrect because I think laborers, when you have a ton of them, are not going to contribute enough to the clout as much as being on. You increase your density of machinists. Right, and machinists are the ones that are politically active. If we come into the population tab, and we look here, laborers, they are primarily trade unionists, but they're not politically active, because in order to be politically active, you need to have a higher SOL, and it's really hard to get the laborers to that level of SOL without, like, having your economy just be completely screwed, because all wages, if I'm not mistaken, are proportional. Like, if we take a look here in the average wage, the capitalist is always going to be making double what the engineers make, always. And so the laborers are always at the really low rung of this, and so it's hard to have the laborers be making enough money that they're going to be politically active. But it's not the case for the machinists, and by getting rid of laborers, you raise the proportion of people who are working that are machinists, because the machinists are much easier to get politically active. You see the engineers are politically active, and so by increasing the proportion of people who are engineers and machinists, which is what the labor-saving PMs do, I think you more further accelerate. I think turning on the labor-saving PMs actually accelerates your ability to do that. If you're trying to go workers' co-ops. Obviously, once you have workers' co-ops, then their clout is enormous, and so you're just in really good shape anyways, but this is not. Let's increase that, because we did finish the Suez Canal, and the Suez Canal is going to be so big for us here. Let's make sure we build it, and I also think it's super stupid that the canals don't start out auto-subsidized, so you have to subsidize them. It's like the silliest thing to me. I need to make a video on that. It's possible I'm mistaken with this thing, but I think the laborers are just like really not politically active at all, and so they don't help. They often go trade unionist, but the problem is they're not politically active and going trade unionist. Is your turmoil low enough yet? No, it's not. Okay. I guess the population of this state's going to explode. We have a bunch of this already, so we're going to actually incorporate these. Why is that 5 years? Oh, because they're primarily European. That's so stupid. I forgot these guys are primarily, or they're like technically European. We're just going to incorporate these boyos for the decreased turmoil. Man. Well, that's good for us. You're new to the channel, but you enjoy my videos. Thank you. On the replayability, if there was a rule or setting that randomized and hid resources in decentralized nations, that would be tremendously fun. If there's a random world mod and someone knows about it, please let me know. Because the thing is like every single game we're going here. Every single game we're going here. And it's like, ooh, gantry cranes. Gantry cranes. We'll probably go ironclad next. Big happy. On the gantry cranes, now we are losing some money. Our iron mines are finally getting into this queue. Man, our queue is so far behind. Oh, this is war. No. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. It's gonna be so hard to take all the Italian states. Let's stop damaging relations for now. Why did Mega Germany form when we need to fight Austria? Please. Austria forms Mega Germany. That's fine. We have Xing in our customs union. We're the real Chad here. Look at this population. Look at this. Qing joins the market. Ba-boom. We haven't incorporated anything. GG. F's in chat. Yeah, basically. 90 mil. AI Mega Germany. Never seen AI do that. It doesn't do it very frequently, but it's always big sad if you know, are planning on fighting them. We have to try and ally their rivals. So we're going to try and buddy up with Russia and Great Britain. We're going to improve relations with Great Britain and probably just try and mainly chill for now. Now is Rip Gaming? Yeah, basically. Just kidding, everyone. We're done with Victoria 3. We're gonna do a cooking stream now. Hope you guys enjoy. No. It's cooking stream time. This is so painful, man. We're gonna put this on auto expand. Is this a quick incorporation too? This can't possibly be. Yeah, this is 20 years. We're gonna incorporate it anyways. Just to like de-border guard our incorporation. But, ooh, Goldfields. Yeah, brother. Oh yeah, brother. Oh, freaking Chad, Germany. They're also gonna colonize so fast too. I really hate that France did this. They cut off, they took this little piece of Congo so you can't take Congo. Germany sides with France against Great Britain. Alright, well we have to... Well, we're not doing this. Jesus. I guess Gujarat and Mysore are getting conquered. Holy snaps. F's in chat, yeah. Oh, good game mechanics. Prussia annexing all Austria. No, you don't understand. Austria annexed Prussia. It is the other way around, my friend. Austria did this. This was Austria. You misunderstand. Do you want to do a Mare Nostra campaign or an economic-based campaign? They're all economic-based campaigns, aren't they? I could do Mare Nostra. I mean, like, I think that... Well, what is it? We would have 56 years? I don't know if we could do it on this run. But we're also, like, not min-maxing because I'm talking to chat a lot. Specifically, like, is our infamy... Our infamy is 2. We have to do some high infamy play. Oh my god. I'm so afraid of Germany now. I think we're gonna start saving before every play now. Actually, these guys would be fine, I guess. Let's see. Yeah, it's really not. Giga Chad. Oh, I think these guys are... No, they're still tributary. I don't even know what to do with myself here. I guess Tripolitania is the play, yeah. Just vassalizing these guys, or, yeah. Alright, so we're gonna save. We're gonna save because we really don't want Uber Germany. Hey, helps with your replayability now that you deal with the Uber Germany. That is true. This actually just got a lot more interesting, but, like, also I hate Uber Germany. I'm gonna Dominion these guys. Maybe. If Uber Germany allows it, if Daddy allows it, we will, be dominioning those boys. Austria AI is super strong this patch, yeah. We also helped them earlier. That is a huge war. We do not want any part of this war, I do not think. Other than I think if we do this, they can't join against us. But we want to eventually make Great Britain our friends, so we don't want to do that, I don't think. Although I do think they can't join against us. No Uber Germany. Well, we saved. If we were playing on Iron Man, we would join this play so that these guys can't join against us. AI Austria, yeah. Origin Italy versus Giga Chad Germany. Ain't that the truth? The truth hurts. The truth will also set you free. 3.12 is some kind of broken right now. You be 3.12. Dude, you're playing in the future. Your Luxembourg achievement run, British forced Qing to join his market and forced me to subsidize all the factories for achievement. Yeah, that'll do it. Let them cook. I generally let them cook, but yeah, you guys can cook. Oh, that's unfortunate. We'd have rather go the other way. So now we have a market liberal. This guy, so we're probably going to have to appease him in the near future so that we can keep his tasty bonus. We're all about that bonus. All about that booty. We're going to add in other war goals. I think we're going to add war reps. We're going to make it primary. And we're going to add ban slavery. And we're just going to keep it not primary to give them a reason to back down. God, this is so cursed, man. Alright, I think we haven't managed trade routes in a while, so let's look at what's productive. We're gonna delete this one, I think. Oh, we also haven't checked any of these bankrolls. Have we really not gotten any obligations? Cursed. We can invite these guys to customs union and protectorate them? Hell yeah, brother. Let's just protectorate them using the obligation. Yeah, boy. And then, let's take a look at all these trade routes. We will stop doing that one. We are trying to pull Venezuela, New Granada into the market, so we're going to keep that inefficient trade route. Mexico, how inefficient is this? Not the worst. We are not going to import sulfur anymore. Yep, that's definitely a not. We're not going to import that anymore. We're going to keep exporting that to Germany. And then, okay, so let's see. Let's check highlights and see. This is kind of a blunt force instrument, but in general, importing, well, coal is really efficient, but I think we want to increase our volume of trade with Russia and also with Great Britain and also with the US, because we are needing some friends to fight Uber Germany, so we'll do that. And then for the lead, we'll kind of have the same heuristic where we want with Russia and Great Britain and the Americans, just to try and increase our volume of trade. We have export demand for these. We don't want to export our rural goods because we don't want to encourage our market to do that, but we will export furniture to a few places and liquor to a few places if we can. I guess the German market, we'll get them so sloshed that we can win a war against their freaking... I've never seen an AI have 7,500 this early in the game in terms of power. Who can you release once a nation has been formed? Prussia? We might be able to release both because Germany's an empire level tag. I'm not sure exactly how that works. I think these guys just back down, no? We might go after Tunis after this. Well, it's gonna be, we're gonna get so many convoys once we get the Suez Canal up and running. It's gonna be big nice. We are incorporating this, which actually should bring down the normal wage as well. We're gonna put in gold mines and we're gonna put them on auto expand as well. This should be fine. Let's just check the economy side. How big is Giga Germany? Or their economy is somehow smaller than ours? What the hell? That's wild. Okay, well, there's that, I guess. We're gonna land our 40 stack. I guess we need to recruit another general. Oh, we have to delete Ethiopia HQ. We're gonna check for another general. Just gonna have a few small boyos. And then, where's our Ethiopia HQ, boy? Oh, someone answered my question in chat, and there was Adonia. Oh, I now understand. I misunderstood you. I apologize. I understand you now. Yeah, I think we're going to be releasing Prussia eventually. I don't think that this is going to be a near future battle. We are currently getting our unis to 51, so we'll kind of have a little bit of a tech pop-off once all this happens, which is going to be big nice. Especially because we're going... Well, it's not going to speed up malaria prevention, but it will speed up all of our tech spread techs, which is nice because we're going ahead of time. We're eating an inefficiency to go malaria earlier. After this, I think we might go Steam Donkey and Dynamite into Pump Jacks. Pump Jacks is really good, although we don't have that much stuff for the Pump Jacks. I don't know. Electrical generation is also decent. Rotary valve engine is not spreading to us, so I think we'll just do that. Something like this. Unfortunate. Yeah, we should be getting a really strong amount of migration from China, because they are in our market, which is a huge advantage for us. It'll allow us to be a lot more efficient. At least you found it in the end. Yeah, thank you. Small brain hour on my part. Jesus Christ, though. I don't even... Giga Germany. I'm also disgusted by this. You just couldn't take it all the way, could you? It's like, little tumors inside of Giga Germany. Giga Germany is sick. We will increase the construction. Our economy has actually been picking up pretty good, and our construction rate's been picking up pretty good, so I'm pretty happy about all this. Pragmatism. Oh, baby. I think that was the only tech I saw. We're also going to try and solve some of our problems with convoys. We are using a lot of convoys just to maintain port connections here, because we have to maintain port connections with Great Qing, so... Will you get poor laws? Yes. So what we are waiting on the poor laws, specifically the trade union or the industrialists like the passing of poor laws, and so do the trade unionists. And so when we hit a spot, when we lose their bonuses, we'll probably switch to poor laws in order to make sure we have their bonuses. I am thinking this is kind of... I think that this is generally a good strategy, but perhaps we stick to it too much and don't respond dynamically as often as we should with it. You have to say that Italy has been your favorite country to play. Since the last stream, I've been trying to optimize 2 Sicilies run around my less security level. I'm trying to lean towards an RP style. You know what I really want to try is I want to try as Papal States and export paper to everyone to be the paper states. I'm actually, so for country spotlights, I'm making mini achievements for each country. And one of the Italy ones is the paper states, first of all, and then second of all, I really think it would be funny for the Papal States to conquer all of the Holy Roman Empire, releasing as many states as possible. That way it's both Holy and Roman, which of course is a throwback to the Voltaire quote, where he accused the Holy Roman Empire of being neither Holy nor Roman. And if it's the Vatican that creates this Holy Roman Empire and the capital's in Rome, then surely it would be both Holy and Roman. This is the thought. And man, our military is starting to come in. Maybe we have to cancel some of this. Oh, it's too late. What is done cannot be undone. We have a huge military, though. Generally speaking, you don't want to pay for a military that when you're not going to be using it. But I don't know. I guess we should use it then, maybe, huh? Wow, exactly 1k construction. How good are we at this game? Nice radicals to loyalists ratio. Thank you. You know, it's not the size that counts, it's the dimensions. It's the ratio. This is still taking off, though. I think we can afford to expand the military in this way. And this does leave us in a little bit of... we are probably going to have to go Miltech after this kind of bout here, maybe. Kind of a little bit close to Trench. But man, is this cursed as hell? We were talking about releasing Hungary to make Austria not a great power, and now we just have Giga Germany. Why would the industrialists want their tax money being used at the poor instead of leaving the poor? Because it decreases their political strength. Which is why they like it. Oop, that's not the right one. So, minus 15% political strength when receiving subsidies, which is actually pretty substantive if we were to be on universal suffrage, although poor pops will tend not to be politically active anyway. So, there's all that jazz. I think we want to expand the market a bit. We're going to take a look at all of our bankrolls, and then we're going to look to try and see who else we can bankroll. So we're never getting an obligation from them, apparently. We're going to get a trade agreement with New Granada. Maybe they will join All Natural. And we could stop bankrolling these boyos and start damaging relations. And then, who else do we want to get in? Kebab would be nice. It's a little bit of an expensive bankroll, but we'll try and get Kebab in. And then Venezuela would also be nice, so we're going to... We could go also after Venezuela militarily. I don't think this is terrible. Where are we really going to be using our infamy next, is the question. I think the question is are you defending the borders? No. Well, maybe we want Brazil instead. Brazil is bigger, so they are going to be more expensive. I don't know if we want to eat 50k worth of new ones. Maybe we'll just do Kebab for now. And we're damaging relations with Borana. Ah, yes, because we wanted to dominion them. Not because this is the best dominion, but because instead It's on theme. It's very Italian. We're, of course, saving, because we don't want to fight Giga Germany. So, actually, we might fight Giga Germany. If it's just Giga Germany, maybe we'll fight. I'm pretty sure you guys would prefer fighting Giga Germany to backing down like cowards. But what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at Quinine, and we are actually going to try and set ourselves up in a spot to maybe fight Giga Germany by doing some of this action. Just getting ready to perhaps mobilize here and put in an edict. Just be a little... yeah. What are your top 5 nations to play? So, I guess it depends a little bit on mood. I like both Egypt and Ottomans because the localization and the early fight type of stuff. If I felt like playing someone really strong, I think UK or USA is probably my favorite. I also like Mexico. I think that the dynamic is pretty interesting where you have a bunch of gold early on. And then I really, really like Japan. So probably those would be the 5. You can have part of the barracks on level 1 PMs. Yeah, but I don't want to do that because I want them to be ready. I'm thinking, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm thinking that chat would just generally prefer me fighting Giga Germany if they stick their finger in our pie. Or in the near future. They are the nemesis, Giga Germany. We could also kind of afford to eat this, but not for super, super long. And well, our economy's growing at a pretty good clip too, so I think we can grow into this pretty comfortably. But yeah, the mid-max, we should probably be downgrading PMs and stuff like this. And maybe we just can't do this. We just overbuilt the barracks. Chat always wants blood. Chat wants to see the blood and then type F like they're oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry your play was Giga Germanied. Oh, look at this though. The UK lands Germany. How do you make switching from privately owned to publicly traded a profitable substitute for different businesses? So in general, it actually doesn't really affect the profitability of most businesses. The tooltip is just wrong. What it does on most businesses is absolutely nothing. If the business is only partially employed though, it will make that business less profitable, so it'll employ less people, but it will make the businesses that are fully employed more profitable. And the reason partially why this is why is because you take a look, wages are all tied together, they're proportional, and so when you increase the proportion of capitalists, you're going to increase the minimum amount the building has to be making. If the building's making a ton of money, the weekly balance is big, you just add the capitalists, and the capitalists split it more ways, and it doesn't do anything. But if it's not profitable, what it will do is it'll depress the equilibrium employment rate, and it will also depress the price of labor. And so if we had, we're in Tuscany right now, right? This is basically fully employed, but if we had a place that wasn't very well employed, like this, for example, and we put this on publicly traded, this depresses the employment and drives down the price of wages, which would make this building more profitable. So all in on Miltech, basically. Chat wants the blood. Let's give it to him. Chat wants one thing, and it's fucking blood. I want one thing, and it's construction, but you can't always get what you want. Chop chops are generally really profitable. What we're going to do is we're going to do this. So we see that we are running our queue out a little bit. And so what we're going to do is we're going to come into the rural, and we're going to put all of the mines and all of the chop chops, all the rural, all the industrial goods we know we want to expand, as well as all the opium. I don't think we have any. We're going to put this on auto expand. Because we're pretty okay with the queue filling up in that way. We try and get Egypt in the market. I think they don't like the fact that we control some of their territory, though. And then we'll probably try and annex Tigray and do a little bit of I really want to do an Ethiopia conquers Italy run at some point, which will be fun. Skull for the Skull Throne. We're all map painting enjoyers. Yeah, you don't care whose map gets painted, just as long as there's paint on the board. I mean, the most explosive, like, map stuff you can do is, like, releasing Perm is one of them. Alright, so this is, we're probably not going to swap any of these over to that PM because it's not very efficient, but we will just take a look, and we're going to water tube boiler our furniture manufacturers. We're looking to slowly swap stuff over So we're going to water tube boiler a couple of things, and we're going to finish water tube boiling these. They're not profitable, but they will decrease the price of labor, which is a bit of a consideration. So see, we're stalling out the SOL here, now that we're getting a bunch of migration from China and such. Do we really need to assign 2 guys over here because they're stupid? Another reason to... Okay, well, maybe we didn't need that other guy, but whatever. LOL, I agree. Ah, beautiful. We have the Suez Canal. Once it gets fully employed, this will be pushing stuff through in a way that requires much less convoys, which is what I think all this is about. I don't think that... I think this was like a bit more before, but I can't remember. I guess we could have watched that more carefully, which would have been interesting. We just gotta fight Giga Germany at some point, and it's just gonna be super uncomfortable. We're gonna improve relations with them. I think we're gonna need... Their front with Germany is also gonna be helpful. Like, just strategically speaking. I guess Netherlands would be decent to get another front, and we finished the Suez Canal. So now... Oh, so Suez Canal is now complete. So now is it going to dramatically decrease this? It was at 1,300 before. No, I think it's still the same. It's just giving us more prestige or whatever. Nice to be getting these mass migration events, though. So our SOL will stall out here a bit, which is fine with us. We could also try and decrease the price of consumer goods, especially because we kind of just came off of that steel building. So let's look in here, and this is going to be the best consumer good to decrease generally, especially because we're moving towards electrical capacitors. So we'll just 51 there, and we'll add a few rails to kind of make that work out. And that'll be a nice addition to the queue. The queue, finally, after being super filled out, is a little bit... Who does the different welfare... Okay. How makes a lot more sense than who. So we take a look. Poor laws, these ones are basically... So it's actually... The way to think about it is it's a progression between stifling the poor and uplifting the poor, in addition to also paying out welfare. Now, we probably don't have a lot of welfare because I don't think we have a lot of unemployment. But welfare gets paid out... I'm not 100% sure. I believe it gets paid out to unemployed pops. And so if we take a look in here, we see our unemployed is only like 500,000. And so we really don't have to deal with it a lot. If you have a lot of unemployment, welfare will be a bit of a problem. It pays out, I believe, to anyone under a certain SOL, which will be unemployed pops, but can be other pops as well, depending on how high you increase this. But as you get to old age pension, which I think is the best welfare law, you get increased dependence income, which increases consumption in your economy, which is nice. And it also gives dependent enfranchisement, which allows them to vote. I don't know exactly how they vote because they don't have a job, right? And so they're not part of this list because they're not laborers, they're dependents. So I don't know exactly how they vote, and this isn't immediately transparent to me, but just kind of something. I assume they vote peasant and trade unionisty. What's the reason to maintain half a bar of debt? Growth. We are injecting money into the economy in 2 ways. First of all, by doing this, we're doing more construction. This is what we're paying for, and the construction is building buildings. The buildings are profitable. The buildings drive up the economy. If you want this line to go up as much as possible, running debt, specifically if you're a recognized country, and more specifically if you're a great power, is really good because you pay a different interest rate based on these things. But the interest is getting paid out to our pops. It's not money that's deleted. It gets paid out to the people who own the lines of credit that we are utilizing. And your credit line is equal... your credit line is equal to the cash reserves of all the buildings, so we're paying out money to the people who own the buildings, which gives them a bigger weekly balance, which they reinvest into the investment pool anyways, which as you get bigger gets less efficient, because if we take a look here, and in here, I always forget how to get to the tooltip I want to look for. It's multiplied by 0.93, so you get an increasing inefficiency as you get bigger and bigger and bigger, because it's based on the size of your GDP. But this is why we're running the debt, because it just circles money faster through the economy and allows you to grow more. You just can't let it get away from you. And so we're more than happy to run this negative 80k, but we wouldn't want to run like way bigger or something like this. I mean, this is comfortable. Also, if you notice, we've been at half for forever, despite the fact that we're running a malice. That's because our line of credit is increasing by a rate that exceeds the negative balance. And so by running this negative balance, we just basically get to build more. It's kind of the shortest version of the answer. It is better to create a demand for a material first in advance, or to... Is it better to create a demand for a material first, or to build it in advance for expansion? It's best to do both, if that makes sense. If you know you're going to really spike demand, you want to build ahead of time. So, like, we knew we were going to swap to steel frame buildings, like, reasonably, like, because we were researching the tech, and so we started building a bunch of steel and explosives and this type of stuff. So you want to be able to swap it, but also be okay increasing. You don't want to fully build it so that it... We would not have wanted to build steel such that the steel price would have been middling by the time we finished it. We just want to avoid shortages is the main thing. So you want to build ahead of time so that you can swap to the better PM and avoid a shortage, but you don't really care if the good gets a little bit expensive for a short period of time, if that answers your question. Hello, Graf. How's it going? Graf Zeppelin. Hell yeah, brother. Maybe we'll research the Zeppelin tech faster than we otherwise would. I wish this tech actually did something other than just give you a bit of, like, this. I have no idea why this tech's in the game, but it gives you, well, I know why it's in the game. It's because they made an art asset for the Zeppelin, so they just, like, had to put it in, but, like, it just gives you a little bit of prestige. It's, like, probably the worst tech in the game. From an objective standpoint, it is one of the most fun ones to research. I think we'll take, fund a larger investigation. The Veiled Protectorate. I don't think we'll be getting this. This event is, like, weird, the, like, preconditions for it. Wow, we don't have an advantage here? Well, we should clap this side first and then come back here. We're about to fully get Ethiopia as well. We should. Just trying to think. Yeah, it's going to be a while, I think, till we can fight Giga Germany. I wonder what percentage of our pop are now Han. Look at this. 8% of our population is Han, and that's with us having public schools, which is converting Han pops. So this is like, we've had 4 million Han pops migrate since China joined the market, which is absolutely tremendous. Big ups. Let's look at our institutions. I think, no, we can't decrease them at all. And we are going to need soon a bit more government bureaucracy, so let's kind of just handle that. We're just going to put this at the back of the queue. But we are close to a point where we would want a 51 if we could put in more institutions, or maybe we'll just, like, incorporate a lot of stuff. I guess the meme thing to do is incorporate Ethiopia, right? If you build like 100 skyscrapers, you can get a ton of prestige with that tech is a little trick. Yeah, but I don't want to abuse the very obvious, they didn't mean it to be like that. Although I think skyscrapers should be changed so that you can build more than one. Is interest paid in the balance tooltip for each building, or is it just grouped into a weekly revenue? Is interest paid shown in the balance tooltip for each building? Let's take a look. I know how the mechanic works, I just scramble for Africa, bring it out. Alright. We're gonna double check that we are colonizing everywhere. I think we're actually going to also incorporate these guys once we pop off, and we're gonna 31, because I think incorporating them is funny, so we're gonna do that. We get a gold rush, and then we're gonna look at the thing you asked about. Mine, it's all mine. Rubber rush, sure. And then we're gonna take a look at the weekly balance here. So ownership share dividends, cash reserves, reinvestment, dividend taxes. So it's not in there. Weekly balance from positive balance. So this is just telling us where it's going. Yeah, the UI is sometimes not that transparent. Let's... So maybe if we hover revenue, because it should be in revenue, but it doesn't tell us. Yep. So it tells us where the balance goes. It doesn't tell us how we get it. Because, well, it's like, it's revenue minus expenses. But this just has the sell orders here, so this only captures the sell orders. Maybe you have to look at this a little bit more. My understanding is that it effectively gets circled, but with some inefficiency. Cash reserves? Yeah, we could hover cash reserves. Assets of building are stored in cash reserves, blah, blah, blah. Money is deposited, blah, blah, blah. Dividends. Money is deposited into the cash reserves while the rest is being paid out to pops with ownership shares as dividends. Cash reserves are also considered to be owned by the pops with the ownership shares, who will be angry if the cash reserves are destroyed or due to downsizing or bankruptcy. The sum of all your cash reserves in your country determines your credit. So it's not kind of giving us the information we want. This is how it's been explained in dev diaries and such, and also, like, I've noticed that it seems to be the way that it works, but yeah, unfortunately we can't show the tooltip. Capitalists and aristocrats will get the interest payoff. But I do believe they pay it out. Capitalist income on the population tab? Yeah, we can take a look. Hell yeah, brother. We will probably try and swap that over as quickly as possible. Don't have any feminists right now. If we go to pop and we go to detailed list and we take a look at capitalists, I don't think... It's going to be resistant to telling us what we want, it looks like. Unless someone knows specifically where the tooltip is. Some kind of a design in Vic 2, pops will have the same degree of savings and it will pay off in, and it can pay off will government in debt. And it can pay off will government in debt. That sentence needs a little bit of... You have to click the the pop icon. Here? Clicking it doesn't do anything. Like this? Weekly pop income, pop expenses. So if we hover their income. Ah! We found the tooltip! Yes! Point on the income, yeah. We found the little bit of interest gets paid to them. Woohoo! So, but the short answer is we get more construction. Yeah, I don't come into this tab very often. Perhaps I should maybe come in more, but it seems to not. Annex Tigray. Perhaps I am missing stuff in there. I'm gonna check our infamy. We are reputable. I think we could go after Tunis and just annex them. Tripolitania would be a better annex. Tunis does have a bit of sulfur. Giga Germany is Giga. I don't know what to do. We definitely... Let's check our bankrolls. I mean, what we want to be doing is we want to be getting protectorates. And we have a much bigger military, so maybe... Yeah, let's go, baby. Who is our current protectorate? I think it's Persia. Can we... Nope, we gotta damage relations first. So, we do want to be using our infamy, like, primarily to, like, protectorate. British started a play against us. What is this? Conquer Fars with a Guinea treaty port. Where's Fars at? Is that this? No. Alright. Tooltip, please. Oh, they just want that. Okay. So it's gonna be tough to stop a landing. We actually just need a way bigger navy too here. Alright. Probably should have invested more in a navy than an army. I guess we'll take a quick save and we'll take a think what we want, how we want to try and handle this. Oh, we clicked cancel. How did welfare work during this time? Did the government just give you the money? I don't know. Like, historically speaking, I'm not sure exactly. They probably made it in such a way that you could pay out people with corruption. When you're in deficit, do you just do you build resource into middling price, or do you enough to prevent shortages? Well, so you kind of want to build it into middling price because those businesses will be super profitable. You're always looking for like the profitability of the buildings, and those buildings will be really profitable, but sometimes they will be profitable when the building is at plus 10%. And so you don't necessarily want it to build it to 0 because some PMs are more efficient than others. But you care most about like the profitability, not Persia. Now you can get Messina. Yeah, that's right. That is relevant. We'll look to get British Guinea, actually. That's perfect. Thank you for recommending that. We want British Guinea. Oh, it's so much infamy here. And then we'll put our big boils here. We do want to keep a guy with good defense. Defending, so we're gonna promote this guy, and we're gonna keep him at home so we can't get landed as easily. And then we're gonna come in here, and we're probably gonna also try and cut off their Congo a little bit. And we will, but I think this is our primary war goal. We'll see what we can do in terms of swaying. And New Granada gets swayed. I think we can recruit, yeah. This guy will actually be pretty good in here. So, like, return state, I don't think we can return state Kenya. I think we should have incorporated this, and we should have incorporated this. Although the return state CB seems asymmetric in that the AI can be a little bit more naughty to you than you can to them. What are the best ways to reduce turmoil? Waiting. Or managing, you make sure that people have employment, which is kind of tough because turmoil decreases building, but making people happy by giving them jobs will decrease turmoil. But also just incorporating it and having some of policing will not decrease the turmoil, but it'll decrease the penalties from turmoil. So this is probably the best way to manage turmoil. Hey, you just came to say that you find guides super helpful, and thanks for making them. You're very welcome. Thank you. Is it a good idea to go half-bar debt if you don't have laissez-faire? Well, so it's not always a good idea to go half-bar debt. For example, if you're unrecognized, it's bad, because the interest rate is, like, super, super high. I think it's worse if you're not laissez-faire, and it gets worse as I don't necessarily have the perfect numbers in mind. I'm gonna get rid of this, but it also gets worse as, let's come in here and look at the investment pool. As this penalty gets bigger and bigger, it gets worse and worse because you care less and less about the investment pool transfer. And so, like, I'm not sure exactly the threshold you want to be at, but like then you start wanting to run maybe a quarter or a third of the bar instead of the half bar. Can I show the resources tab? Do you mean this one, or do you mean market prices? Yeah, we have a lot of resources we can expand still, so we're not hurting on resources too much. If you mean this one. Oh, we're down there too. We're gonna need another general. Maybe we should use these Ethiopian boyos for now. We also have the conscripts we can activate. We will activate them, I think. That we had prepared. for this very thing. And then what we will also do is we will get rid of this consumption tax. We will increase taxes here. We'll come into the decrees, and we'll slap down enlistment efforts, which will raise the conscript level here to 50, which will help out quite a bit. We have to do our smacky wacky button. I think these are using market stalls or whatever, so we won't swap those back. We'll use the Ethiopia guy. I think we'll just... we don't really care what this guy is. Actually, maybe we'll recruit in Ethiopia at some point in the future, but we'll put him here in case there's weird front splitting. I really do think they have a much bigger military, don't they? Let's take a look. 54. So, I don't think we want to put too many more war goals in on them. I think we just want to try and get Guinea and then give them the other stuff that they want. For the most part. We'll see if we can sway anyone. Oh, it'd be super sick if we could sway Germany. That'd be funny. Giga Germany. Doesn't look like we can sway anyone, so we're in for a bad time here. Why don't you build the gold mines? Because we were running, although it's not as much of a consideration here now. Here, we're going to recruit a general as well in the Italy HQ. But I can show you why. The gold mines are important, but we should actually build them now because our incorporation's almost finished, but we were not building them because we have a really high turmoil, or had a higher turmoil, which was decreasing the state construction efficiency. And gold mines are one of the most efficient buildings, but they're not 150% of a building efficient, you know? And so that's why we were holding off now, or they're not 175% of a building efficient, but they might be 150%. So we'll put some of these in the back of the queue, and we'll continue on our way for now. We did say we wanted to meme incorporate this land, which is what we'll try and do. We're going to start here. Because this is obviously part of Italy here. But it's looking like we are mainly just going to try and toot it and boot it and just push in here and then get out. And maybe try and get this... We're maybe just paying 10% infamy for nothing here, but I don't think we want to add any other war goals because we're never going to be able to enforce anything. Maybe we could enforce war reps. So we just need to have some of their territories, so something like this. We want to be able to enforce them below 0. We could also maybe release Cape Colony or something like this. I don't think we're going to land the British Raj to release them. Let's actually liberate Trucal States. No, we have to land the capital to do that because Trucal States is not involved in here, so we're not going to do that. Could also go for Lib Sierra Leone. This would work fine as well. I might be wrong in my evaluation. The gold mines might be worth building, like, despite the malice, but that was the reason why we didn't build them immediately. You still want to grab Transvaal early, but like I guess we were a little slow on the uptake in terms of the incorporation. I don't feel like reading all that right now. I think we're actually going to promote this guy once the war starts to kind of surprise, put in a few more. So I'm glad we didn't delete all his military. We're gonna do some of this action as well. We're actually gonna kick those to the front of the queue because that's kind of important. But overall, this battle is just going to be trying to go a little bit slow. We don't need all these guys over here. We're going to move some over there. We're just going to get wrecked here, I guess. I didn't even realize. And now, we're going to pull a big sneaky here. And we are going to just... do we want to promote this guy or the other guy? Let's take a look. I think this guy. It's a little sneaky, but it's gonna make us a bit stronger here. Oh, this isn't good. Poor visibility. Oh, pain. This war is gonna be not fun overall. Hopefully we can... I'm gonna try that. See how that works. Do we have a native uprising? Really? Actually, maybe we should have this guy deal with the native uprising? I don't know. But yeah, they're gonna wreck us. Hopefully we can try and hold on a little bit. We're not gonna get this pushed through though. Why is our offense so bad? Alright, let's start paying these guys more. Oh, we're paying these guys more? Let's not do that. Accidentally forgot to swap that down. Get the morale recovery bonus. Yeah, we're probably gonna have to capitulate relatively soon here. Great Britain is too strong. And we don't want to just get our convoys super wrecked. But if we could do this, we would be super happy. That way we could get in Messina. So we'll see if maybe we can work our way towards that. Oh, we do conquer a little bit of land here. So we're going to move this 9 stack over to dealing with the native uprising now, I think. How can we not get there? Can we not get to that front? Italian East Sahara? Where is Italian East Sahara? But there's no military access here. Is there? That's kind of obnoxious. Any law for army approval? Good shout. Let's see what they are. They are Republican. They're already happy with us. That is a good thought, though. Yeah, I don't think there's a way for us to run this. Possibly. We're gonna try landing back here with our 10 stack, though. Just trying to get... We already have some of that, so if we can just hold on to that and continue on, we'll be in good shape. We're also getting a push here. We'll move maybe one of them over here. They haven't landed the primary war goal, but we don't mind giving it up, right? If we can get what we want. This is also going to be a little bit expensive. The naval, it didn't abandon it, it just got it. You see this? We're actually occupying this right here. It's a little hard to see. We just picked it up and then got assigned to the front. So now we have the entire coast here. Steel railway cars is really good. Unfortunately, you have to swap over to this one piecemeal. Significantly decreases the subsidies you need to pay, generally, if you're doing it on buildings that are not profitable. I kind of don't want to micro that, though, so we're just going to slowly swap everything up to that. Yeah, we're just, trying to land behind. We're probably going to get full enforced on here. What? Okay. This is really not what we want, because Great Britain is a rival of Germany, and we want to fight Germany. We want to be friends, Great Britain. We just wanted to be friends. Those are in the queue. I'd have to kick a couple of those to the front for the government administrations. Alright, so we get our landing, and we get in there, and now they have to split their guys. These guys are probably too far away assigned, and so these guys will, if we can push all the way through here, they'll actually lose access. Looks like they're looking to take the coast here, which will be actually perfect. No, they're not trying to take the coast no mo. I guess we don't care as much about this front specifically, so we're actually going to move this guy over. And we're also going to give away this front to try and get a little bit more juice over here, just in case. Because we are trying to enforce our thing. We've gotten 50 more progress. Maybe we'll get there. Again, we are going for Eastern Mali in the long term, which can build a very strong, unique building. That's why we're doing this. We are getting absolutely wrecked with the convoys, though, so this is the pain of this. We also don't want to be in a prolonged fight with Great Britain. Oh, looks like we're fully occupying there, so, and then we get pushed out? What is this? Oh, we just full occupy it, and there's... Oh, they full occupied us. That's stupid. That was 2 fronts, my guy. Alright, we're gonna try and land it. Those guys should be in that HQ, so they'll get reassigned. Looks like a bunch of our guys... We didn't reassign this guy, but he just disappeared. Or maybe we did reassign him. Oh, pain. Pain and suffering here. We're about ready to give this up. The crazy thing is they haven't even taken the primary war goal of this Persian land, so... This guy's traveling to the Italy HQ, so we'll reassign him here. These other guys are in this Senegal HQ, so maybe we can get in on them and try and enforce it. Maybe. We're also this thing going on here, so we're gonna need to get out of here pretty soon. So if this landing doesn't work, I think we're capitulating. Big sad. There was blood. Crazy that they shouldn't be able to take a treaty port on us while we have the same power rank, so I'm not sure why they can do that. Alright, we get in, and we're gonna assign to the front. Everyone who is in... standing by in Senegal, so we're gonna put you in. You're standing in... Well, you're from Ethiopia. We'll assign you over here. And we'll try and push. Just the tip. Sure. Maybe look to... Let's check our customs union attempts or things we can do. Don't have an obligation with them. Guess we want to stop bankrolling them. And damage relations. We do want to pull them into the customs union. But we're going to get a bit of a push in here, so we do control a war goal. Are we going to get... How... Okay, how much are we... We're losing 5. They're losing 2. Not sure we're going to pick that up in time, to be honest. Oh, we didn't need a guy that big. Looks like we're just gonna take this, right? They're just gonna be late to the party, so we're gonna assign this guy over here. So we actually care, and we're paying for a ton of bureaucracy right now. Let's get our incorporation on. Oh boy. So we're making progress. This is really wrecking us though, so I'm not sure if we're gonna be able to pull this one out. I'm gonna stick in it here though, but They like still haven't landed Persia, but they can still enforce on us anyways. Why is that? You haven't landed our cap. Oh, you're about to though. Sure, you can have the promotion. We are keeping a guy back here just to specifically stop this. We're gonna start sending him back to Italy though. Oh, they're not mobilized? Oh, GG, we're bad. Well, them landing the capital is going to be real uncomfortable. That's good for us in the long term. I think we're working on electrical generation. Okay, cool. Speed 5? We could do speed 5. I'm pausing a little bit here, though, for microing the war. And also I'm trying to interact with the chat, although chat's not as talkative, so... could maybe do speed 5 here. But they are about to get a front here. Hopefully we can push them out of this landing though. Get something going on. No, I really hate that you can also not propose a peace deal while they have one pending. I think that's really annoying. But we are gonna move towards capitulating pretty quick now. Yeah, -7 to their -2 tick, but because we didn't have that guy mobilized. In-game time is getting slower. That's true. But also there's like more stuff to pay attention to. I'm mildly stressed because I like not making mistakes, and this is turning out... This is very close what's going on here, so also I kind of don't want to... Just getting wrecked though. I don't want to full capitulate, but I don't think we're gonna... Yeah, there's no way we'll hold off long enough to get this to 52. We're gonna wait for the next Monday, but... Yeah, we're just capitulating. God, that sucks. Alright. So we are further from getting there. And we did incur the infamy. We should make a bit of a recovery here, though. We do have to put in more stuff in the construction queue. Let's take a look at what's expensive in the market. Oh, were we importing a bunch of dyes from Great Britain? Maybe that was the case. I'm going to put in a bunch of dye routes. We also added a bunch of clothiers. Yeah, and these places got wrecked as well. I think that's mainly, yeah, it's turmoil, lack of market access. There's not, yeah. So our economy should recover at a decent pace. We're going to increase taxes though to try and speed that up, or to make sure that we don't get into default, but I think it's going to recover fine. Oh, baby. We're going to put in all the gold mines now. And we're going to try and get some of these closer to 51. So this was 16, 21. Zululand, I guess we'll kind of move in that direction. And then we're going to need some things. We, of course, will put in the field hospitals. And then we will add a couple railways. And then we need to do the swap to steamships and ironclads. And we also need to get rid of the enlistment efforts here. And we're going to instead increase these temporarily. So we can put in a consumption tax on liquor. Ugh, when liquor is one of the better consumption taxes, that's not good. And then we need to come in here and make the swap over. So we're going to go ironclads. And then in the rural area, we are going to scroll down put this in on steam trawlers, and then we're going to swap all these over to industrial ports, which is going to help with the convoys long term, but then we're going to have to come down here and switch these to steamships. And of course, I think just relative regular military shipbuilding is going to be better. Let's just do this for now. Ironclad's complete. I think we want the power projection here. Yeah, we see this sharp decline, but now we have a bunch of convoys, so we should be in pretty good shape. Or big excess, so we're getting extra trade competitiveness. You heard about upgrading your rig for... So I'm actually really bad at the hardware questions. I don't know the answers to these very well. I wonder what happened with this uprising. We're just in it, but I think we can't enforce on them, right? And they can't... Can they enforce on us? So we're just stuck in a war for forever, and our guys are mobilized, so we're paying. But they're going to get East Sahara, unless we white peace. So I guess we just have to wait and white peace, or we just give up East Sahara. Do we care that much? There's a livestock ranch and a railway. I don't think we do. I think we just capitulate so we don't have to pay as much money. And then we're gonna we can't colonize because we have a truce, but this is not the worst deal. We'll just be colonizing faster over here. But to answer your question, I don't, it's like one of the newer, like, AMD ones, but not, like, super new. It was about 250 bucks or something. I think that's, like, the best way I can answer the question. I could go downstairs and check the box, because I still have the box saved, but I don't think that's... I think people would not be a fan of that interruption. Oh, man. That war was exhausting. Or just very tense and stressful. Let's take a look at our bankrolls. Obligation? No. I don't think I mind having a defensive pact with the kebab. So we're gonna offer an obligation for them to join us. They're also gonna be defending the borders. So we're gonna stop bankrolling them as well. And then we'll save a little bit of money on this because they do have an expensive bankroll. But maybe we just spend on Brazil instead. Something like this. Yeah, I want to answer your question, but like also... And we see our GDP very quickly making a rebound. It was just getting wrecked on the convoys that was really the problem, but... We are going to recruit a second admiral here. Ooh, Industrialist. Let's go, baby. Let's see how we're doing on the clout front. We definitely want this guy over 20% clout, this guy over 20%, and this guy. And we see the Intelligentsia having a bit of a dip. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to build more unis in the capital, which will give them more clout and also give us more research speed. We are running a little bit of a negative. I kind of want to bring this back down to half the thing, but a lot of these buildings are going to get more profitable and increase our credit line. So it might go to half with us just still constantly losing money. We don't want an alliance with them. Man, this is so ugly too. Especially because we're going to be getting Persia. Fortunately, they took this, which I don't think has that much oil. There's a lot of oil in like these three provinces, if I recall correctly, but that sucks because we're going to dominion these guys eventually. Our pie has been fingered. Also, we're rivals with them, and we want to be friends with them so we can fight Giga Germany. I guess we're just on the, like, trying to just completely pop off the economy train, so... I mean, I guess we just go to 2K construction, right? That's just the thing. We stop disappointing our families. We double construction. Okay. So we can make this all multiples of 5. Let's start with that. And then in the back of the queue, we will need to try and expand a lot more. Do we have any oil yet? Probably not. My kingdom for pump jacks. We're gonna need a lot more steel and glass, though. How are we running? That's wild that we are running that with China in our market. Guess we'll import from the Sikh and the Spanish and the French. Kind of don't want to be overly reliant on Germany considering we want to fight them, but maybe it's not too big a deal. Maybe we should actually, let's do a deep dive on all this stuff. Alright, so the general heuristic is you want to import the arable-oriented goods and also the resources, and you don't want to import the other stuff. You don't want to import finished goods, but let's see what we can do with the fabric. Fish, I think in general, grocers are kind of good things, and this kind of facilitates the grocers. Although we are already importing a lot of this stuff. We'll import them from Russia. Lead. I'm gonna also hit these. Definitely some of this. But this way, it discourages our auto queue from building, maybe we can get them to like us if we do enough import routes. It discourages the auto queue from building arable stuff and encourages to build more stuff that has better investment pool transfer rate. And we also just got an enormous amount of convoys, so we should kind of pop off after this. We should also be able to declare more interest. We probably should have declared the interest first. Let's do that now. I don't think this is going to greatly affect things in terms of who we can trade with, but let's put them in anyways, I guess. Okay. And then we'll just wait for those to come through before we choose our exports. Better level construction. I think we're on max tier right now. But we are going to try and get up to 2K in this next little bit here. I think we can also really pop off, especially just coming off of the steamers and stuff. We have electrical generation coming up. We're going to put this in next. But then maybe we go ahead of time to trench. That'll be a decision. Marketplace of the world? Hell yeah, brother. We are going to buy. More imports per level. That'll be nice. And then our interests are activated, so we are going to come in here. We're going to export now. More finished goods than anything else. I don't think we mind them being somewhat dependent on our clothes. We're going to export to Russia. Explosives? No. Fertilizer is definitely something we want to export. Kind of always want to export fertilizer. Furniture. Sending it out. Groceries can't. Tools? Not really. Steel. Let's ship out steel. Now, the steel PMs are really efficient, so even though this is going to make our construction more expensive, I think this is fine. But maybe it's not fine. There's a chance it's not fine. I'm willing to accept that. Now that we got all that handled, just a whole bunch of trade routes, we're going to come back, add more construction to the queue. There we go. As you can see, we're starting to get a lot more profitable. We're popping off. Our GDP is growing. Big nice. Hey man, cool to see you live. Really love your content. Thank you. And prefer it over the greater YouTubers. Man, the feeling when someone compliments you and then says other YouTubers are greater. Big Sag. Are they just better looking? Thank you though. I joke. Alright, so let's take a look at the prices in our market a little bit. Mainly just looking for construction goods here, just to kind of get an eye on things. I think we just expand tools. Now, kind of when you're looking for this, you can just look at, you know, the productivity and the earnings is kind of the better spot to look in terms of deciding what to build, rather than, you know, looking at the price of the good. This is going to be generally a better indicator. And so I think we're going to come in on the tooling workshops. Ooh, we're definitely going to 51 there. So now that's going to be 51. Amelia, I think we're just going to try and 51 here in the capital, because we are encouraging manufacturing in the capital. And so we're going to start trying to really abuse that a little bit here. And we've probably been underdoing it. So this is going to be 31, 41, 51. And then we can also put in the labor-saving PMs when we need them. I think we're going to do the same with glass. Just all the construction goods, we're going to try and have a bit of a come up here in the capital. And then we're going to add some of this. We do kind of, I think we're in a weird spot. I think we're actually going to push for combustion engine and electrical capacitors and electric railways, like something like this. But not, maybe we go steam donkey into dynamite and pump jacks, something like this. And then we push combustion engine, and this will be our military tech, because the other one's not spreading to us anyways. And I think we maybe don't want to do trench. You're not a native speaker? Oh, I apologize if you're not a native speaker. I was meaning to make a joke. I understood you. The right word would be bigger. Greater implies that they are better, whereas bigger implies that they just have a larger following. But I'm definitely not trying to pick apart anyone's English. Give with one hand and take back with the other, basically. Germany is importing tobacco from us. Alright, let's also just take a look at maybe if we can pull people into the customs union. So are we close to protectorate? No. Okay. How about customs union? We can customs union the Quasmid state for free. And then Scandinavia would also be great. We can get a trade agreement. And let's start bankrolling them. And we'll try and get them in the customs union. Who else are we close to customs union? Switzerland would also be nice. We can't protectorate them. Let's bankroll them so we can get it in without forcing a defensive pact. And then let's take a look at customs union. Jabal Shamar. Jabal Shamar is sufficiently small that we probably just want to conquer them if we want to do anything. But Ecuador, let's start bankrolling them as well. So we have several bankrolls going. What are your thoughts on raw resource available at the end of the game? It's improved significantly in 1.2. So I think that they're trying to balance. I think they're trying to find like this like perfect spot that's very difficult to hit, where scarcity becomes a problem, while also like not wrecking the game. So I think that it is difficult for them, and so I think they're doing a good job in general. But yeah, 1.2 is a lot better because the AI now actually builds the resources out. Also, you can encourage throughout the game if you import raw resources from them, even though the raw resource industries you kind of want to build yourself, because they're generally very productive. If you import from the AI, they are also just more likely to build them as well, which is nice. We are also going to just put in level 1 on all the raw resources, and we are going to set them on auto expand. Catalan mass migration, hell yeah, brother. But we're just gonna do this with all this. And we are gonna get the rubber tech soonish. So we're just gonna put it in like this as well. Which those won't be profitable for a while, but it's just like a QOL in terms of making this nice and smooth, because we do want to focus on chat and we maybe want to go speed 5. Construction, we are minus 59k. Construction's up to 1300, so this is going to be good. We get elastics for the textile mill. We can't turn that on yet, but we will look to in the near future, which is kind of why we were turning all that stuff up. We'll turn up here. Oh, there's nothing here. And we get electrical generation. So, Unfortunately, we didn't get to take this from Austria and Mega Germany formed, so we will look elsewhere for our electrical power plants right now. We'll put them on auto-expand. We'll put a few at the front of the queue and look to start swapping stuff up to create a demand so the auto-queue builds it. Whoa! You don't know where the literal rest of... Oh! I need to have this on live chat instead of top chat. Big Sag. I hate that it auto-swaps it back. You don't know where the rest of your message went? All I see is the face. You just noticed, Gross Deutschland? Yeah, Uber Deutschland. Using the German lettering. No one's gonna know what that B means. It's not a B, though. It wasn't around for the first stream? How did... it happened under our noses. Austria annexed, all of Prussia or whatever, or with the, like, event. So we're big Sag over here. We have some things going. We're making some money moves. Qing is in our market, which is supplying us with kind of, it is smoothing out our, we're getting a ton of migration. It's smoothing out this and allowing our population to really grow pretty fast. So this is good for us. If we take a look at you know, our population here, we are nearly 10% Han now, Chinese, with a population of 6 million, and that's with public schools. I think we have the max level, yep, which is assimilating them at the same time. We do want to up this, though. And we are going to have, like, we are going to have a little bit of a pop-up. We are currently doing a ton of 20-year incorporations, which is quite uncomfortable. We're going to see if we have insufficient tax capacity anywhere, and we're going to try and solve it. Because we're going to need some more of these things. Apulia. We probably should have done this instead of 51ing a place, but that's fine. We're going to add at the back of the queue for these other ones, which is going to help on the tax front. And then we'll look to put in another institution. Right now we're trying to up the construction to around 2K. Although, probably gonna be calling it a stream now pretty soon here. Yeah, the rest of the message was I just noticed and threw the emote at the end because the rest of it felt, yeah. It's certainly, well, because we want to take the Italian land back, right? This is certainly not what we would have wanted. We were talking about, right as Uber Germany formed, we were talking about taking Dalmatia from Austria first and then looking to, like, you know, release Hungary. That way they wouldn't be a GP. It would be cheaper to take their stuff. And then this happens. And it's like, And then Great Britain stuck their finger in our pie and it's like, Let's see what our colonies look like. Ooh, we can establish some. So we're going to want to push that one out kind of quickly. We're also going to get a decent chunk here, but Great Britain's got a fat chunk. So maybe we actually just use Germany to try and fight Great Britain, because they rivaled us anyway. So let's start to rival them back now, actually. Maybe we have to think more long-term here. I think this is actually the way. Oop, 12 out of whatever logging camps. Fantastic. We'll look to start swapping the logging over pretty quick to the electricity. Oh. And then look to increase construction even more. I think we have a decent amount of stuff in Tuscany going on. So we'll add another 5 there. Healthcare, because low free labor. Maybe, yeah. I don't hate healthcare. The problem is the current guys we got in government, in order to be our legitimacy, do not include the guy we want, whose healthcare we want. We want this healthcare, the industrialist healthcare. Man, poor trade unionists are super weak. Maybe it's time to go universal suffrage, actually, because these guys are just too strong, and we want the trade unions to get up to 20% clout to double their bonuses. And I think as long as China's in our customs union, we're never going to get the SOL high enough so that they can be powerful. Or we can with the later industrial PMs, but we want it now. We want it now. We all know that Great Britain is the rightful owner of Italian territory, just ask Claudius. Yeah, rip the dream. F's in chat. Great Britain's our true overlord. Can we ask to become a protectorate? No. Rip. What are we gonna do when not protectorate? Ooh, we gotta find a war, don't we? Yeah. My bad on that. I got lost in the sauce. What do we even do here? Cursed Marina Kingdom. We can just liberate them. We think Russia sides. We don't want to. We want Russia to be our friend. Can we dominion you? That's a lot. I guess we'll take a save and try dominion Morocco. That seems fine. I read it backwards, my man. We all know that Britain is rightful. Oh, Britain is rightful Italian territory. Yeah. Well, it depends which century, but yeah. We'll face Morocco and these guys. Can we dominion these guys? No, we cannot. They're usually a good one to get in the customs union too, because then you can annex this and get faster colonization. We should have been more on top of that at the beginning of the. Pain, dude. I don't know exactly where we're supposed to expand here. Let's check our bankrolls. I don't think we can protect anyone, but this would be a source of infamy that we would want to use right away. Okay, we can't. Okay, let's just dominion them, I guess. We're going to need to recruit some more admirals as well. I think we're going to go for the 3 boyos. Well, this is a pickle. Kind of don't want the landowner guys in general, but we are just going to go 3 admiral. This guy's hated, this guy's a market liberal. At least he's a market liberal. We'll just promote this guy to be our big boy. Big boy. And we can look for war reparations from Portugal, maybe? I guess we should have waited to see if Portugal would back down. And then we are going to also ban slavery in Morocco and hope that they back down because we are trying to ban slavery. We are also going to, yay, get a bunch of migration. Yeah, we can fire this guy. He's not that great. That's fine. Gonna come in here. We're gonna recruit a general in the Italy HQ. Industrialist, hell yeah. Although our industrialists have a lot of clout. Venezuela for oil. Venezuela is that is a very good shout. We are trying to get some of these guys in our customs union right now. Venezuela for oil is probably actually better. I think you are correct. I just wanted to try and get Venezuela in the customs union, but and do them the slow way, but you were probably right here. These guys are unrecognized, so like it's a little bit better to like, yes, we got the bastard. But yeah, this is you're probably correct. We are trying to slowly incorporate this market, but currently we just have them. Oh, and France did this? Terrible. That's usually why you kind of want to get those guys a little bit faster if you can, but I'm going to bankroll some more people. Just try and get the, oh, we could have put in more war goals. We should have put in more war goals. Oh, well. It's not too bad. So we're going to land with our big stack. Well, first of all, we're going to mobilize all. And we're going to land with our big stack in here. We're going to land with 2 little stacks in here. And we definitely should have assigned 2 fronts in the Congo, because now we're going to get wrecked here, I think. Oh, they didn't assign either. So we're going to assign this guy over here, because he's really close. This guy over here, because reasons. And then hopefully that works out. So how is Italy going? Italy's going pretty well, except we want to get all the Italian land back, and then we have this Uber Germany thing, so this kind of sucks. Healthcare, we already talked about that. Is there a way to check your total assimilation percentage? Not that I know of. Steam Donkey is also really good labor-saving PM. Which is why we are gonna... Ooh, oh, we don't want to swap onto this, but we are starting... We finished a bunch of our electrical stuff, so let's see if we can swap some of these logging camps. Create demand. And then we're going to want to start putting Steam Donkey in. I think we're going to generally prefer a place like this that has a bunch of like labor. So we're going to put Steam Donkey in on all these. Which is going to make the labor cheaper for everywhere here. And then we're going to look to slowly swap stuff over to Steam Donkey. We're going to come into Capital and we're going to swap these over to Steam Donkey. Are losing some money here, but I think we're fine. Famous last words. We are trying to get to 2K construction. Maybe we'll stop at 1.5K for a bit. We did kind of just have a big come up from 1K. We are going up pretty fast. Wouldn't it show up in modifiers for corporate states like education access? We can take a look. Oh, how much? I can tell you the number for assimilation, yeah. I thought you were talking like a breakdown of how many pops have been assimilated where. That I cannot tell you. I think we want that. But if we go here, we go to modifiers, we have 50% education access, and then if we scroll down, we should be able to find it. Oh, baby, let's go. This is huge for us, by the way. Where are you? I'm not seeing assimilation, but the classic streamer misses the thing while everyone in chat sees it is probably what's going on. But I know we can come into the institution and specifically see the modifier here that is being applied. I do not know of another modifier that would be giving us more assimilation. So, there's that. But the Portuguese war reps will be a little bit nice. Did we have to double land? No, we didn't. Okay. Thought we might have not gotten one of those landings off for a sec. I was like, man, that's crazy. How's everyone in chat doing, by the way? Is everyone ready for the pivot away from Victoria 3 into being a cooking channel? As per the winner of the poll was to switch to being a cooking channel. So we're going to absolve the obligation here to make them cordial. Looks like we're going to get a landing here. Long term, we would want to subjugate these guys. We are going to put in these 2 mini stacks here, although it looks like we're just going to wreck them and full occupy them in just a sec anyways. We are waiting for this battle to finish here, and then we're going to put the 78 stack down there. You're here for cooking? Generalist gaming viewers want only one thing, and it's fucking cooking. Vic 3 assimilation is useless and not like Vic 1. With the way multiculturalism works currently, yes. Which I think is stupid. There's basically no reason to do it, yeah. Big sad. We're gonna turn on some more labor-saving PMs in some places. Probably. Maybe I'm just trying to push Steam Donkeys too hard. I should just wait. We do want to slowly turn them up, though. This place, it doesn't matter. It's going to be super profitable no matter what, because it's getting 20% throughput. So we'll just do that. Just look to swap it on here and there. I think we're just going to, yeah. And then we're gonna come in here and we're gonna navally invade here with some 19 stack and well, let's just keep the guy on defense so they don't land us and nothing weird happens. Assimilation is also slow, but even if, I mean, like, it just doesn't do anything, right? Because you need, like, you need to accept the pops to assimilate them, and then assimilation is useless if you already accept them. You know, it's just terrible. Like, the mechanic needs to be more nuanced. We can establish a new colony. Yes, colonize. To bless you. Whoever suggested that we go in through here was correct. We should have started doing that forever ago. We got Portuguese war reps. Hell yeah, brother. We're going to be enforcing on these boyos soon here. I mean, I guess we can move a guy over here. This front's going to close, actually. We're going to do this. We're losing some money. I think we want to kind of build into this, though. We're going to take a look at our tax capacity. We see that in Piedmont, we are having some problems. So we're going to put a couple more of these at the front of the queue. We do have quite a bit at the back. Can we reform the government to make it more legitimate? We cannot. Once we will see what the clout looks like. Okay, so this is post-swap. They're getting this. Oop. They want to join the customs union. You can most certainly join the customs union, and then we're gonna stop. Ooh, we can protectorate you maybe. It's 5 infamy. I don't even think it's worth it though. So I think we just hold them in the customs union, and we will check our bankrolls and see what we can do without needing to give people obligations. Yeah, you think it really comes down to how it handles accepted, discriminated. There should almost be like a middle one, which is like tolerated. You know, accepted, tolerated, discriminated, and tolerated props can be assimilated, but they suffer some malices, but not discriminated malice. It should affect SOL. It should just affect SOL, political strength, IMO. Unless you're going for slavery and ethno-state. I think there should be an in-between status. Tolerated, accepted, and the other one. So. Expand rubber industry closed. No. We actually have a bunch of rubber plantations that are making no money and on auto-expand, so we're going to do this. Which will immediately create a rubber shortage, but then they'll employ, and then there won't be a rubber shortage. And we get dynamite unlocked. Hell yeah, brother. So we're going to turn it on everywhere. We're going to turn it on in several places. I believe they get more of a bump in the sulfur mines and these ones. So we're going to turn them on there first. And then we're going to switch to nitrogen fixation. We're going to do this. We're going to swap this over as well. And then this is the one we... Oh my god, my eyes. We're going to go vacuum evaporation here. And I think we're going to swap up some of these iron mines, but not all these iron mines to dynamite. And same with the coal. And then we'll look to swap the rest over shortly. We're making a ton of money now because we made construction goods cheaper. Wait, what? Are we not using all of our construction? What happened here? We increased that, yeah. We just made buildings more profitable. Hell yeah, brother. Pumpjacks is spreading. Pumpjacks is a good one. Super happy that it's not spreading. We're just gonna do this, and we're gonna see. We're gonna evaluate after we get pumpjacks. We're gonna look to see. Oil's gonna be nice. Or some bonus to your culture, like Vic 1 and 2 do. Yeah, I mean it's just like it does nothing right now. We're gonna take a save, or actually. We have to fight a GP, we have to fight a GP. I think we're in a position where like it's not like breaking the run when a GP joins against us, although we are sad and every time it happens. Tuscany, we're gonna add a few more of these at the front of the queue. Our queue is, we are not able to clear our queue very well here because we have a bunch of stuff in the back of the queue. It's been waiting. I mean, part of it's we're doing laissez-faire, and so we don't care too much. A lot of our trading is pretty good as well. We do have the extra trade route competitiveness. This has been nice and just slowly going up / flat. Ooh, baby. Scandinavia wants to join. I think we will continue to bankroll them because we do want to. They are not. We should be able to protectorate them. we're gonna put 2 guys down here because the fronts always go funny and then we get wrecked. How do we fight Mega Germany? What's the solution? Wow. Great Britain's super caked up too. Mega Germany's almost at 10k power projection. We're like sitting here with 2.5. Our economy is so much bigger, but we're so much weaker. I think they're all on trench and we're not. Might be one of the problems. Oop, did we switch to breech loading artillery? I don't think we did. Yikes. Shrapnel artillery. I think in the capital is where we just have some of the better PMs here. Get another native uprising. Machine gun, hold on hill, defend, general. Yeah, I mean, that would be kind of how we would... Wow. Alright. I mean, we're okay with all these popping at once. That's actually kind of nice. Oop. We'll start colonizing everywhere we can. Well, it's super nice that we get that one exact spot, because now we can colonize everywhere. I think we're like at 50 or whatever, so we have a ton of incorporated pop. Let's take a look at what's going on. Is there any piece of information people want to see, by the way? Because I can show it if you just let me know. Yeah, Uber Germany is starting to catch up with the GDP. They are cranking up a little bit. Not as much as we are, but... Or sorry, that's population. We're cranking up. Yeah, Uber Germany is really starting to come into their own. Russia has a large population. Russia would be pretty good to have as an ally here. The problem is they hate our guts. So there's that. And I think we might just have to rival Germany to get Russia to like us, but we don't want to do that like this early. Our electrical generation stuff is starting to finish, so we're probably going to swap out over all the rest of the PMs onto... Oh my god, why are we on unlit streets? What the hell? We're going to swap to gas for starters, which might cause a shortage, but we'll also swap all these over to dynamite. So sometimes you hit the like... I know why. It's like sometimes you hit like these or the state actions, the reset PM button, and it's like it swaps some of the stuff in a way that you did not expect. Oh yeah, we're gonna have this coal shortage, right? Or electricity shortage? Wow, that's a lot of buy orders, but I think we have all these things finishing and we're just gonna get the employment and this is gonna be fine. But coal's gonna be particularly expensive now, because we swapped up to the coal streetlights. That's actually going to help a lot for our SOL, though. So our standard of living should go up. And this is cranking up. So maybe we can just go 2K construction here. This is faster to do it in here. That's a lot of construction, so that'll be expensive. I think also we are starting to get some of the taxes in on this incorporation, and this is nice. Russia sides with Great Britain, did I see? poor Italy. Or not Italy. We're Italy. Sind is not gonna go down easy. Love to see all these guys fighting amongst themselves, though, so that'll give us a chance to kind of get into things. Incorporate all pops. We're incorporating a lot right now with the 20-year incorporation. We do want to do this. And so I think that we're gonna... We're also incorporating down here in Zululand. I don't think we want to incorporate everything. I do think we want to incorporate here though, so we can return state CB maybe. And we've had Dahomey for a while, so they do have decent industry, so maybe Dahomey as well would be okay. So you have this problem in your own game sometimes. When I build more navies, sometimes I have less flotillas. I lost 30 in Munster, but went from 30 to having 10 somehow. Did your general die? Or your admiral? That is not a bug I have specifically experienced. It's a very strange bag. Does loading and unloading help as well? It's so crazy to have 5 wars going on at once. No, you mean the Admiral has less flotillas now? He might have gotten a trait that, like, unpopular or something like this, that is decreasing the amount of people he can have under him, would be my guess as to what's going on there. That would be my intuition. I'm not sure, though. Oh my god, what tech did we just finish? I think it was the production tech. My brain. We've got pump jacks. Okay, pump jacks is great. Pump jacks is super efficient. And so the question is, do we want to go ahead of time on production tech? Probably not. Do we want to go ahead on time on mill tech and go for trench works? God, it's going to take forever, but it's going to be... Let's see if there's anything really good that is available here. Well, I think we just go for... God, this is going to be uncomfortable. We're just going to go for trench works, though, ahead of time. We are going to let Nat spread kind of take the wheel. And we're also going to increase the university level a little bit to try and help this out. We would also really love for the Intelligentsia to get up above 20% clout. That way they can get double this bonus. And same with the trade unionists. The perfect balance is when you get the Industrialists, trade unionists, and Intelligentsia all powerful at once. Unfortunately, the Landowners got powerful again, which is kind of sucks. Because we would have rather they be marginalized. So they're demarginalized. Big sad. Maybe you have to suppress them at some point. I mean, we could give up our services tax to do that. It's giving us a ton of revenue, but this would spike up standard of living quite a bit, especially now that our lower rung pops are actually paying quite a lot for services now. It's one of their major expenses, so. Han mass migration. We have now become the place of the Han. Okay, the duel. The Royalists and Pacifists, yeah, they can do that. We're super okay with a fight. And we do need to expand the construction queue a little bit. Ooh, well, now might be an interesting timing. I didn't see where that war started exactly. Unfortunate. Let's push some economies of scale bonus on specifically coal, because we did increase the demand for coal a lot. And the electricity requires coal as well. So we're going to sort by... We're going to try and find one, yeah, so Transvaal is going to be good because it can go up to 51. They also have a bonus specifically in Transvaal, so we're just going to crank that up right there. And we're going to add some railways. And migration should be able to do the thing. And then, thank you for reminding me about the pump jacks, because I didn't turn on any other things. We're going to also turn on dynamite in all these places. It's like one of the best techs there is. I think we can just afford to swap not quite everything yet. Are we going to run an engine shortage? Nope, we are not. So we're going to swap over a little bit more. No engine shortage, but engines should be really expensive now. So we will come in and we will work on the engines. I think that we might just expand them big in Campania because we are getting the economies of scale bonus here. We'll put it on auto expand. Switzerland wants to join the customs union. Hell yeah, brother. We'll keep bankrolling because we do want to protectorate them eventually. Okay, they're gonna change. They're gonna come into our customs union. What do we just need a bigger army, or for them to not be defending the borders? Of course, the Swiss are gonna be defending the borders, though. We'll take this throughput, which is maybe gonna cause a shortage on the chem plants. No, guess not. Wow, did the AI form this big Germany? Yeah, they chatted it up. They are caked up and ready to go. Which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. We will finish this little jaunt to 2K construction here, though. Stable supply of power? Yep, buddy. I think we can maybe start swapping other stuff onto using electricity. We're gonna swap these on. And then we're gonna look to swap the rest of these onto elastics. Which is gonna be a little bit uncomfortable. This should go away as they employ. I said it should go away as they employ. Said it should go away as they employ. Yeah, the AI, we were like even talking about, hey, we want to take Dalmatia from Austria, and then Austria did this. A holy hell, Super Germany, yeah. Highlights. Do you... Oh, Terraclean highlights. Do you think that you can fight Germany and release a bunch of tags at some point? That is actually currently the goal, but I'm not sure if we're going to get to it now. Well, we are about to accomplish, like, the current goal was getting to 2K construction, right? Because first you get the construction, then you get the power, and then you get the women. But we're getting there, and so now I think we do want a health system. We want, problem is we want the industrialist health system. Maybe we put in poor laws right now, though. The thing is we're kind of waiting to make sure that we can maintain bonuses. And we already have the really good bonuses from all these guys. So, yeah. Holy hell, Batman. I'm gonna see about doing more engines. Is it worth it to be being in debt and paying a lot of interest? Yeah, you pay the interest out to your pops. So it's not like the money's not getting deleted in terms of paying out the interest, and this is allowing us to run up a whole bunch more construction, so it is good. But we're a little bit, we're using a little bit more of the credit line than we would want to, and so we kind of want to I want to float in this like 50% spot. It becomes less useful as you start to get, as this number starts to get smaller and smaller, and you start to incur more of a penalty on the investment pool transfer. We're going to swap everything to steel frame. And we're gonna take a look through our PMs and make sure nothing's weird. Like, okay, first of all, we gotta hit him with the handy dandy wacky smacky button. And then we see all these places have a little bit of a problem, so, or they're doing something weird or funny. I think we intentionally swapped over the stuff. We're gonna see breech loaders. Nah, it's not profitable. Rotary valve, probably not. Rotary valve's generally not very efficient. We're going to keep this off of publicly traded because we want to protect the power supply a little bit. We're going to add some more. We do want to have a bit of a come up. I do think we're running, yeah, we're running rubber problems. And so what we can do is we can, you know, put a couple of rubber things in the front of the queue. But the auto queue should be able to handle that eventually. We have pump jacks on in a few places. That's what all this is about. And I think we're gonna check the price of engines. Yeah, we're barely running an engine shortage, so we'll just let it kind of, we'll keep that on and then switch on pump jacks in those places. In the rest of the places, dynamite is a bit expensive too, so we can try and push economies of scale cap bonus. Oop, we see that we also want to get the oil rig started. I think we're gonna incorporate Niger now because of that. I'm gonna take a little bit of a save. We don't want, actually we're probably just fighting Germany if they decide they want to go for us, but we're gonna go for a Bagimi here. And the reason why is we want to be able to colonize through there, and so a little bit of a sneaky here is would die with them. Well, not anymore. Piedmont has 110 free peasants. 110k or 110? 112k. Man, that's so many free peasants. If you build it, they will come. A big part of that is the trade center here. So we could try and push economies of scale bonus here. I guess we could just take a quick look where we have a lot of peasants. Generally speaking, people will move around as kind of needed to facilitate stuff, so we don't mind increasing that there. But they're not super close to any economies of scale throughput bonus that they don't already have, so we don't super want to crank up the construction or what we're building there. We're just going to quickly go through. What we need to really add is motor industries, so we're going to look. We see that Apulia is adding some, so I guess Apulia, we're going to specialize in motor industries here, and we're going to 34 add a whole bunch. We're probably overbuilding them a little bit, but this is fine. We'll eventually build into this need. You woke up at 3 a.m. and you were afraid you missed the stream. You did not. You know what's funny is we were actually thinking of ending stream, like kind of close-ish, but we just, like there's 10 more viewers than there was before, so now I don't want to end the stream. Because that feels bad, man. Just end it right when people get here. I don't want to do that to the people. Once these oil things finish, we will finally be able to turn on vacuum canning, I think, and I mean, I'm really tempted to try and thumb Great Britain's pie, except for we don't have the PMs or the military for this, so their military is like 3x our size. We're so... Sardinia Piedmont's so much slower than a start than the other Italian one. Feels bad, man. Feels mucho bado. I think we're gonna come in here and, we currently have no vacuum canning. Is going to require 400 oil, so I think that's enough oil to cover it. Let's check our bankrolls and see if we can customs union. You know what? I'm really close to just giving this guy. It's been forever since we haven't gotten a thing from them like in forever. Switzerland, we have an obligation, but they're defending the borders, so we can't protectorate them. Peru, Bolivia, we're going to absolve the obligation here. Try and move them a little bit closer in that regard. Do I always stream? No, I wasn't streaming that much early on because it didn't seem to overall... I wasn't getting a lot of traction. Sorry about the traffic out there. I wasn't getting a lot of traction on the stream, so I was like, I'm not going to do it. But then I started doing a little bit better. Did the 1K celebration stream did okay. This one's doing okay, so yeah. Vicky 3 has superior Italy color facts. It's not, I like the pale, like, green, not the, like, super... Do we finish these oil things? No, we're about to. We finished this. So we're gonna swap over repeating rifles, and then I think breech loaders becomes good. Rip the dream. The build ones are just generally not very good. We're gonna start swapping over some of these to electric streetlights as well. We're not really looking at the prices. We're trying to create demand for electricity. The AutoQ, we want them to build electricity. We want to, in general, swap over to electricity in the near-ish future, and we are gonna go vacuum canning now, which is gonna make a lot of these things profitable. So we're going to see if there's any food industry that's built pretty high. There is in Sicily, so we're going to try and push economies of scale bonus there. And we're going to build a couple of railroads. You don't like that you can't change the map color, you mean? What color would you want Italy to be? Seems like a weird thing to not have to, after playing so much CK3. How do you change the map color? Well... I don't remember it being able to change the map color in CK3. That's weird. Where can we colonize? Okay, fair enough. We have a nice little Italy snake going here. I think we do not have a port here, which is a bit of a problem. Let's see if we don't have let's see if we have isolated state regions anywhere else. We do. Holy hell. Alright, we handled New Guinea. It's hard to try and focus on so much stuff at once. Italian Congo is isolated, but there's no way to de-isolate. Oh, it's all from Gabon? Yeah, yikes. Guinea, I think we already covered. Kasai is part of this crew. Wow. Rip the dream. All these places are gonna pop off. Yikes. Oh no, just in general, you can edit your primary title and it lets you change the map color. Yeah. I would not want to play in a multiplayer game where people can change the map color of, like, what's normally very standard, like, countries. I mean, we have money. We're gonna add a little bit of navy. You never know when you might need it, but then it's, of course, construction time. When in doubt, add construction. This might be too much construction, actually, but we'll get the combustion engine bonus. We'll probably go combustion engine in the near future here. I'm guessing aniline will have nat spread to us, and then threshing machine will nat spread to us, but we're going to put threshing machine and then combustion engine, and then we'll go electrical capacitors, something like this. It's going to be good. And then we will also take a look at construction goods prices. Food industries. Why do we have... Oh, that's right. The entire point was this. But then we have to hit them with our handy dandy smacky wacky button. And do that, and I guess do that. I don't know what PMs all these boyos are on. Oh, I just swapped them back from... I know what PMs they were on. I'm trying to swap these urban centers over. Rip the dream. Let's see about getting a max throughput on our electricity buildings too. So there's going to be 31, 41, 51. Campania is having infrastructure problems, so we will expand out at the front of the queue quite a lot, and then we'll add that. 2K construction, hell yeah, brother. It was actually 1K like 10-15 minutes ago, so we just doubled it, as you do, of course. And then we added another 400, and now we have a bit of a problem, but we're just gonna pretend this isn't here. Where are my post-it notes? Can I put a post-it note over there? Let's get that. And we'll just put a post-it note over the negative money so I can't see it. There we go, perfect. We solved our problem. Actually, we'll take that down because that's gonna bother me. Surprisingly, they did not get puppeted or conquered by Russia, and you had to take Balochstan and Afghanistan and board each other when you formed Byzantium. Were the same map color. That's a long stretch to Byzantium. And at first I was like, when did you puppet him? And it's like, nah, the same map color. Yeah, awkward. Oh, are you talking in CK? That would also make sense. Or except, no, there's not Russia in CK. So it doesn't quite make sense. Let's check our infamy. If we have a ton, which we do, I think we're just going to split open Sokoto's market. God, I want to save before we do this. Also, we're like at an inflection point where I kind of want to get off saving and just like YOLO everything as well. But if something just absolutely wild happens, we might not. This is the mechanic more than anything. I think it needs changing. How you doing, Time Dog? How you be? Time Dog has been streaming some Victoria 3 throughout the week. If you guys wanted to check him out. Russia is formable. Yeah, but I've never seen the AI form Russia in CK. This is uncomfortable. We don't like it. We're gonna swap these on the water tube boiler. Just slowly trying to swap over the labor-saving PMs. Rotary valve's generally not very good. I guess this is more profitable though, so sure. And we're gonna swap over some more to electric streetlights. We have insufficient tax capacity in some spots, so we're gonna try and fix it. We're gonna put it at the back of the queue though, because we're not floating. Or actually, we're gonna put it at the front. And some at the back. Get some mass migration, hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Did we not? I meant to assign this guy here. That might actually hurt us quite a bit. Now, we can also take war reparations from them. I think we're going to make them primary. And then we're going to ban slavery and make this primary as well. And then we're going to send over some more guys a little bit. Just in case fronts split funny. We could sway someone. I don't think there's anything else we could take from them that we want. We are doing this because it's a low infamy war that's relatively useful. Because we could maybe try and pull them into our market later. Speaking of, I mean, one day we'll get an obligation. Oh, we do get an obligation from Argentina. We'll use the obligation to invite them to the customs union. Hell yeah. Which, of course, the customs union is going to be so valuable for these guys because they can sap off pops from China, who is also in the customs union. It's just absolutely insanely good. We will invite Venezuela as well. And we will just keep bankrolling these guys because we are trying to pull them in as protectorates. Oh, this is big nice. We're about to get some map painting, yo. Yeah, war reparations will help a little bit. They're not very... They don't have a lot of money, so... We also maybe just would have rather not taken the war reps and taken them back and down, but we have a lot of infamy to decay. Our line's going straight up. It's not the size of the line that matters, it's the shape. And ours is, how do you say fully straight up? Erect? Yes? Alright. Let's double check, make sure we're colonizing as much as possible, and we are not, so we will be now. Let's go, baby. We are going to get a fat chunk of all this, which is going to feel pretty good. And we're going to open their market. Everything's going well. We're going to add more construction. We're going to put it in the back of the queue. Well, actually, no. That's a little psychotic, I think. I don't think we can add more construction right now. Let's try and see for glass. Let's see. Which is most... Yeah, steel is insanely profitable, so we're going to come in on steel. And we're going to 51 a place. So 20... That'll be 51, and it's in Lazio, so we're going to add some rails there at the front of the queue. And then we're going to do the same for glass, and we're just doing it for the inputs we know on construction that we're driving up, so this will be 41, 51, we'll add a little bit in Campania and Lazio as well. And then we're going to do the same for tools, which is also one of these. Very, very profitable, good margins, yo. And I think we'll expand it, oh, it is expanded in Campania. I think where manga doesn't have too much industry, so we're just gonna get that up to like kind of 51-ish. I think we need to put the companion ones on auto expand as well. We're just gonna put everything in here on auto expand, except the arms industries and the other ones. I forgot to check if there's any Italian state that has the shipyard bonus. Rip the dream when you don't check stuff. I don't think there is, but I'm really uncertain. What should be this? Hey, let's go, baby. Is it better to colonize one by one or go multiple states at once? It depends. So once you're big and so colonization speed is based on incorporated population, and if you have a huge amount, you want to colonize a lot at a time. If we zoom in a little here, you'll see that this is like 28 days, 5 days, this sort of stuff. The absolute fastest you can go, unless you get colonization rights, is 50 days. And so if you have places at 50 days, you want to be colonizing more. If you have places that are taking a ton of time, you want to be colonizing one at a time. So it depends on a variety of factors. But once you get, as we do, you have malaria prevention, the tech, and you also have like a really high institution for this, and you also have a lot of pops that are in incorporated states, then you want to be colonizing in as many places at once, which is what we're doing here. I hope that helps. And then we have to think about what wars we want to do next. We are damaging relations with some boyos. I guess we will want to puppet or protectorate Persia next. Or, sorry, Dominion or puppet. I guess we'll Dominion. We have this ugly, ugly spot here for Great Britain, which is unfortunate. I wish we could vassal feed, which you cannot do in Victoria 3 currently. You are welcome. Yeah, currently you can't vassal feed, which would be nice to remove this eyesore. Man, I'm so happy that Great Qing has also just stayed in our market a ton. I think we would not mind having a defensive pact with these guys. I wouldn't mind an alliance, just so they stick in. So why don't we owe them an obligation and get a defensive pact? This seems fine for us. Just to try and keep them in the market for as much time as possible. You have one more question? Shoot. What's your question? Yeah. This is starting to come down. We get the defensive pact. Hell yeah, brother. So there's a minimum you can basically colonize. So since there's a minimum, you can basically colonize as much as you want. Yeah, so this is why, you know, conquering Congo or taking states from Portugal is sometimes really good because it gives you more fronts. So for example, if we take this state from Portugal, we would be able to colonize in 2 more spots currently. And so there's like some benefit to this. We're not going to, well, we might actually do this, but like this wasn't part of the plan. It's actually decent though. Would be decent for us to do. But so you want to establish as many fronts as possible, which is why taking Kenya is really good, and like also pushing in through here is good, and also being the early one to take the South Cameroon is good. Yeah. Technically, yes. Realistically, though, you have to have an active interest in the strategic region for it to grow. Yeah, but it depends like what phase of the game you're in, right? Or like what things look like. If you look at our declare interest, we have, well, we can actually declare more interest, but like we have interests like everywhere. In all of Africa, right? So like in the entire world. So like early on, if you're playing a small country, then yeah, you want to colonize one. But for a lot of ones, once you like start kicking off, you want to colonize everywhere you possibly can. But once you reach cap, there's no reason not to really. Yeah, 100%. Maybe I misunderstood your previous comment. Ooh, we are freaking straight up. Big construction. This is why you deficit spend, baby. Yeah, this is, yeah. Is it worth it to build grain in my states? I usually import grain and wood most of the time and try and focus on manufactured goods. And usually import raw materials. Is that good? No, your strategy is good. So specifically, if you look at the production tabs, you want to import everything in the agriculture tab, basically. A lot of these resources will be profitable yourself, but importing them yourself isn't bad, and you generally don't want to import any of the industrial goods. It's kind of the simplest and fastest heuristic for this. And the reason why is because the ownership of the buildings. Like, let's get out of this, because my ape brain can't handle that. We'll put this on auto-expand, though. So the ownership of these buildings, especially early on, is going to be owned by aristocrats, and the aristocrats contribute 10% of their dividends earnings to the investment pool, but the capitalists contribute 20%. And so in general, you want to discourage your own auto queue from building aristocrat-owned stuff, and the way you can do that is by importing. And the reverse is true for the capitalist-owned stuff. Are there some colonies missing? Because you can colonize in 2 more spots. So we can't colonize, or I guess we can colonize here. What had happened here is we got a native uprising up here while we were colonizing down here, and we didn't have military access through, and so we couldn't enforce on them, so we just capitulated. There, we just newly acquired that, and in Tahina, we just acquired the Tahiti one. So there were some colonies missing. My Texas run. Say no more, fam. I'm really torn on if you want to go regular malaria, a bit north in the Congo, or Kenya more. Kenya's better. If both are open, Kenya's way better, because Kenya gives you regular malaria down here and up here, and this is just, South Cameroon is just South Cameroon, and that's it, and then you're done. Yes, but does it help you to grow, keep more people if you import grain? So let's take a look over here in the population tab. We can talk about grain. So generally speaking, grain is going to be one of the highest needs for your lower rung pops. If grain is cheaper, then they need to pay less on grain. If they pay less on grain, you run more of an excess, which will, if you're running an excess, you will increase the standard of living, which has a few effects. You know, it decreases mortality rate. It has a lot of effects, really, that's like hard to really kind of summarize in a short way, but probably the most important one is as you increase the SOL, you increase migration, and migration allows you to attract more pops, which allows you to employ pops for lower wages, which allows all your buildings to be more profitable because it's like wages is one of the inputs, and so if you have, you know, profits minus, or revenue minus expenses equals profit, and so because of this, it is good to import grain, yes. Also, you discourage your own AI from building grain, this sort of thing. Fair enough, especially being that you plopped one down on both and was learning Kenya anyways. Yeah, especially if you could also just cut off Kenya coast, stop on Kenya, and then cut off this coast, right? Which would be like the min-maxy way to do it. And you got 2 lucky growths, yeah, so you could also do it like this as well. I think we enforced on Sokoto, and we were trying to think of a war. We're going to try and see if we can protectorate anyone. I think we are pretty good on the infamy front, so yeah, we can afford to protectorate. Japan is trying to sway us against Germany, Jesus. What do you want? Open Japanese market, conquer Tohoku. We don't want the Ashanti market open. We're going to decline. We also really don't want to fight France and Germany. This is like a block of people that we are not in a position to fight. And we will not be for some time. Even though we are now the #1 GDP, big ups to us. We will not be, I don't think, well actually we're really just ramping up construction. We're going to add some more at the back of the queue here. Because I don't want to click a bunch, so we're going to put it in the back of the queue. That way I can use my shift button. Hell yeah, brother. Thanks, you're welcome. You're very welcome. Yeah, hopefully, wow, it'd be so sweet if we could cut Great Britain off. Maybe we'll try and fight Great Britain, actually, to try and kneecap some of their colonization spots. Because, I mean, they are conciliatory. Maybe we could end rivalry as well. So the thing is, we really want to fight Germany, and Great Britain would be an ally in that front, but Great Britain is who we're kind of competing with here more than Germany. And if we took some of the stuff, we could kneecap them pretty hard in their ability to colonize, and then this would set us up better in that front later. I don't know. Let's try and solve some tax capacity. Putting these in the back of the queue, and then we're going to come in and try and get economies of scale throughput bonus on some places. We're just looking at the earnings, or the projected earnings, and to try and find out which industry we want to really be expanding, and I think it's the tooling one. We should probably put this on auto expand. Oh, why doesn't the back button work the way I want it to there? Why can't I click back and go to the last thing? Rip the dream. Yeah, okay. Dahome's got quite a bit. We are incorporating Dahomey, I think. Yes? It's gonna be a while. But we'll put this on auto expand. And they'll specialize in that, I guess. Oil is just insanely efficient, so we'll just actually expand all the oil as well. And then can try and make the iron mines, try and maximize some of the throughput bonuses in these as much as we can. And that'll be nice. Sinai, I think, is definitely going to have a hard time getting population. Oh, no, they're doing alright. So we're going to put both of these on auto expand, I think. Oh, that's what's going on. Fair enough. We'll put this on auto expand too, not expecting it to really do anything. Peru, Bolivia wants to join our market. Hell yeah, brother. And then we'll come in here and we will turn on this, which hopefully doesn't cause an electric shortage. I don't think it will, but it will encourage more electricity in our market. And we're going to do our bankrolls. And just check to see if we can protectorate any boyos. We can protectorate Peru, Bolivia. If we just owe them an obligation, hell yeah. Let's go, baby. Oh, and then we wanted to Dominion, yeah, we wanted to Dominion Persia. Peru, Bolivia accepts. We will start damaging relations with you, and we will stop bankrolling. Portugal is colonizing Hero Land. You don't say. God, this is so ugly. I don't want to look at it. It pains me so. We have pretty full out queue. What should we focus on here? I guess let's take a look at text. We are just going for the trench works ahead of time. Maybe this was a mistake. I don't know. I think it's not, but maybe it is. We'll hit an inflection point where we're really strong, because I think these guys are like kind of ahead of us on tech. Still. Oh, they're not? Will we have trench when they don't? Maybe we can fight Germany then. If we do get it ahead of them, that would be fucking sick. The Giga Chad Germany taking down the Chad. I think we do have a bunch of construction queues in construction in our here. Yeah, so we'll just kick this to the top of the queue now. Gold gets depleted. Oh no! Unfortunate. Alright, but this does mean, of course, gold mines. And the construction queue is gonna do the things. Wow, the front split. Hopefully we don't get wrecked. We should just move this guy over here. Move the tenor to the other side. And now we're losing money again, which of course we want to be. Big ups to us. All discovered in Chad. Hell yeah, brother. Gold rush. Mine, all mine. Yeah, our pop has been growing just so nicely. Thank you to the Han pops. Let's see what percentage. 12% of our pop is now Han, from Great Xing being in our market. This is so strong for us, which is kind of balancing out the fact that we have Giga Germany to deal with. I think we'll take this. How are your relations in Germany? You might want to lower them to be able to attack them. Right now they're kind of at close to being able to decay, and we have a trade agreement that's pushing them up, but whenever we declare a war in an area that they have an interest, it's going to bring it down, and we do not want to fight Germany yet. We want to get trench works first, and for example, if we take a look here, strategic regions, I'm sure they have an interest in Persia, right? Yeah, so we're going to damage relations a lot with them here, and we don't want to... We want to kind of hover where it's still positive so they can't dow us until we're ready to fight them, which is like really awkward, but this is kind of how we want to try and juggle it. Why didn't I move you over? Come on, man. I moved you over. And we are going to need a bit more of some of this stuff. We're going to put it in the front of the queue. In these two places, and then we're going to put some in the back of the queue. Oh, that's already been backed up. We get colonization rights. We're going to take a little bit of a save and then try and dominion. So we're going to accrue 8 negative relations with, for example, here, we're going to get -4 relations with Germany here. And so... Actually, we're just going to dominion them straight up. We're not going to save. No more saving. We live and die by the sword here. We've become strong enough that this is fine. I really do think that diplomatic plays are just horrible for playing really small countries, though. And we'll put in war reps as well. To make it more likely to back down, we don't really need to pick up the war reps from them. Or it's not very essential to us. This is cranking up. This is so smooth, and it's so unbelievably smooth because China's in the market. And so, like, we do not get that without this. And also, all of these guys are getting enormous amounts of migration. Like, for example, Argentina is going to get enormous amounts of migration from the China as well. So if we take a look, I would not be surprised to see a decent amount of Han pops in here because they share a market. They haven't been in the market too long, though. These guys, New Granada's been in a while. Let's see how they have a lot of Han pops. They don't? Weird. Huh, I would have expected them to have more. I guess we'll also ban slavery and open your market. So maybe you should back down now? Yeah. Stupid gold reserves. They're not multicultural? Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. That would be doing it. Unfortunate for them. France is belligerent. That is not ideal. We'll improve relations, but we really do not want belligerent France. Yeah. Diplomatically, we're in not the best spot, because kind of everyone's closing in on us a little bit. We really want to get the Industrialists into power at some point to go for private health insurance. Which kind of sucks. We wouldn't mind regulatory bodies to try and decrease some of this stuff. And the Industrialists will still be relatively happy with us, so why don't we go reg bodies here? While we can. Credit where credit's due. Let's credit these guys. Because we are trying to get their clout over 20%, and the Industrialist clout is already over 20%, so we can double their bonus. Same with the Intelligentsia. Why don't we build another 10 unis in the capital? Capital gives a plus 50% clout bonus, by the way. Where's the PM efficiency rating spreadsheet? You lied to me? I'm working on it. Lies. I demand a spreadsheet now. Alright, we're gonna land this guy and... Oh, I guess we should have mobilized earlier, whatever. And this guy, and we're gonna mobilize this guy. And this guy. We're gonna land with the 60 stack, and we'll keep the other guy at home just for a naval invasion defense. How are you doing, Stefan Ox? Or Ix? Oix? Ox? I'm not sure how I pronounce Oyx. Oop, we see that we're pretty close on the authority, so we're gonna come up, we're gonna bump this up, we're gonna add a consumption tax. Porcelain, hell yeah. And we're gonna kick it back down. Running a ton of extra bureaucracy now that we've trying to solve some of these tax problems. Which is quite alright. We'll see about increasing institution. We're actually trying to put in an institution now, so why don't we just chill? What are you trying to do? Ban slavery in Bali? We don't care about this. What are you trying to do? Conquer Jambi? Well, it's not our problem. This is our problem. Okay. See, now we might be able to enforce on them, depending. You demand the spreadsheets. The people have demands, and the demands are spreadsheets. Victoria 3 chat only wants one thing, and it's fucking spreadsheets. I respect the hustle. Wow, let's 51 this. I just can't... Normally we don't really push the arts academies. These earnings are pretty good. We're gonna push up a little bit in Umbria. We're gonna take a look here. Go for Kenya. We're gonna push the economies of scale bonus here, so 41, 51. Do some of that action. Steam-powered thresher. So that will make a lot of these things profitable. I think we'll decrease... Nah, we're not going to decrease taxes. That's a little too rich. But we're going to come in here and we're going to start turning up... We're going to turn on the rest of the automatic irrigation. It's already turned on. We're going to make sure these are on auto-expand. In general, the rural industries are just very nice. I'm going to put this on steam powered, and this, and this, and this. We're going to scroll up here, and let's see. We don't mind using labor-saving PMs too much when they are just barely not profitable, because it will decrease the price of labor in general. And we're going to start coming in and doing a few here and here as well. Actually, why don't we just turn them all on? Because they're generally in different spots. Generally. And we get 3 landings all off at once. Hell yeah. Now, one of these is going to be successful. Probably, well, it's probably 2 of these that are going to be... Oh, maybe just 1. I think their capital is here, if I'm not mistaken. It is, so we will designate that as the objective. Oh, we can't yet. Rip the dream. But can't designate objective. This one's gonna push in though. Maybe we should have landed all in the same spot. Was really hoping to do something else. Regulatory bodies will probably just... Ooh, no, definitely want the pop attraction. Try to get these guys over 20% clout, which will be big nice. I think we're gonna play for another 7 minutes here, probably. I don't think they're landing me, right? We can keep this guy at home to defend. Move this guy, and then also set this in as a designate strategic objective for the capital. And we'll send the rest of the boyos over. Red Rover, send the boyos on over. The guy's already there. Do we even have guys in reserve? We do have battalions in reserve, so we could do something about this. Not too big a deal. We also have navies in reserve, so we're going to promote well, actually we're going to promote him, yeah. Germany's importing dye from us. Interesting. Yeah, really don't want these guys to be mad at us. But if I think when we rival Germany, we should be able to get Russia to be happy with us. So this is going to be kind of the long-term fighting Giga Germany. I'm going to try and land here with 24 stack and the 20 stack, I think. I'm going to move this 10 stack on over. Oil is discovered in the Congo, so we're going to try and stay on top of the oil. Oil is really efficient. I'm going to take a quick look at our market prices and just see. Now we care about these construction goods a lot. The engines we are also working on, but I don't think we have worked on the glass or the chem plants. And it looks like, yeah, they're ridiculously profitable, so we are bringing them up a little bit. Let's 51 this. So this is 33, 34, 35, 36, 41, 51, and we'll add a few railways. The front, and then we also talked about glass, which is one of the glass being a part of construction and also making porcelain is one of the reasons why late game the porcelain consumption tax is like often the best. Because the price of porcelain gets so depleted, and they're all, what is it, substitute goods. So 32, 42, 52 is fine. We'll actually do this, just to be a little neurotic about it. We see that we do need labor here in the capital in general. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to swat onto all the labor-saving PMs that we can in the capital, which will decrease the price of labor everywhere. We do want this on publicly traded. I don't know why it's not. We'll take a look at that in a second. But these places can also afford the decreased efficiency because we're encouraging manufacturing here, so there's more throughput. Yep. Okay, so lower strata, upper strata loyalists. We just won enactment chance really, so we're just gonna take that. And we are doing well in here, getting to the fronts. We will be probably conceding soon. So we will be good with that. We see this is starting to creep up quite a lot as well. So now we are starting to experiencing a little bit of pain. We're not going to decrease, or we're not going to increase taxes because that'll slow down our migration. And the migration is kind of what solves this bit of a problem here. I think we're going to swap. Can we afford that much electricity? Probably not, right? But we do want to get all these on relatively short order. I mean, maybe we're already on most of the... No, we got a lot of stuff to swap over. We're going to do some of that. We need more electricity, though. Italian Ethiopia? Yeah, we meme incorporated all this. It's all incorporating. Incorporating all of, New Italy, as it were. That's what we call it. We are running this big penalty, so we'll take off consumption tax here. The liquor tends to hit the lower rung pops anyways, so we'd kind of rather not tax the lower rung pops. Yeah, their income has increased quite a bit though, so not necessarily ideal. Let's take a look at what our breakdown looks like. We have 1.43 unemployed and 300k peasants, and yeah, a lot of employed. Oh, it's beautiful. We're crushing them. They will be our dominion soon enough with this ugly, ugly border gore. I guess we'll incorporate this next. Much border gore, much excite. Rip the dream. I think this is going to be next, and I think after we take this, we will be concluding the stream. So if anyone has any questions or ideas they want to answered / covered, or something like that, the next 5 to 10-ish minutes is going to be the time to do it, because then we will be concluding the stream. But yeah, overall, very, very productive. Oof. Look at our radicals to loyalist ratio. Big happy. A lot of this is just the migration being so powerful, and we are like, we're running 70 here. Like, we can take a look at the capital and we can talk about migration, you know? So we take a look at the capital and we see the migration attraction. It's absolutely huge. We're getting like trade center, great power, intelligentsia. This is without the intelligentsia bonus even being doubled. And we got teaming shore from the event chain, which is just also strong, you know? And like, this allows us to run like a cheaper labor effectively. We're gonna, no, we're not gonna save. We're just gonna annex. I like how you can ban slavery in your subjects. Well, a little bit of lag. If the game crashes, we will also be done with the stream. We're gonna send a couple guys over just in case they get funny splits in the front with a couple of small guys. Direct action. So we don't want minus 33% manufacturers. So we'll take this. We'll try and de-escalate. That is uncomfortable though. That is going to hit our economy really hard. You see Napoli is sprawling like Tokyo. Yeah, it most definitely is. We are very industrially focused here. It is, in terms of the world economy, we are absolute balling. And, you know, maybe we don't even have to worry that much about Giga Germany, but they are just, like, so spooky looking. The problem is they're allied with France. So we'll have to do, like, some sort of thing. I mean, maybe we should rival France. Who are they? They're rivaled with Great Britain, so it'd be easier for us to unrival Great Britain. I think we're rivaling Great Britain, though, and we want to take some of their stuff over here. I think that might be next stream. Game crash is what ended my push for a 24-hour stream a few weeks back. Yeah, 24 hours is a freaking, that's a thing. I think think we're gonna come in. Gonna look where we have a lot of this. I think we're gonna try and push that up in Kenya a little bit, and we're gonna put it on auto expand. Oh wait, no we're not. They can't even employ. Just kidding. Rip the dream. Auto queue sucks. Alright, let's find a place that actually is incorporated and has a lot of labor available, and we're just gonna 51 down there. So Gondar is not yet incorporated. Piedmont has infrastructure problems. In Hara, Aceh, Zululand, Niger. These are not fully incorporated yet. Well, we'll just do it in Somaliland, actually. They're not fully incorporated, but they're a little incorporated. They're about halfway there. That'll be good. And then we'll add a couple railways at the front. We were at like 22 hours and it crashed, and you were just like, alright, chat, well, I'm gonna go for 20 more hours, but I'm tired, hungry. Oh, dude, you're already there. You already did all the pain. The conciliatory? No, but I get it. I get you. If Greece has cores to use return state, the devs need to add it for Venice and Lombardy. We don't have cores for return state, CB, but we do have Italian homeland bonus. So we go here. Well, not anymore because they've... So it used to be Italian homeland. If we look at cultures now, it's going to be German now. But we should be able to conquer Lombardy and Venetia with like 25% less infamy. What does the Suez Canal do? It's good. It's not as good as it should be. What it's doing is it's allowing us to run our, our port connections. We can run them through here instead of having to run them around Africa. So it's fewer nodes it has to travel to, so it requires less, which for us is, it's about as good as it gets for us because we are deep in here. Right, so having to go around Africa when you're inside the Mediterranean is really bad, especially when this is right here. And we also have to port connect Great Qing because they're in our market, so it's particularly good for us. Yeah. They also need to give Texas colonization rights for Texas that only go away when they get annexed. I could respect that. I don't think the Texas localization should be a priority for them, but yeah, that would make sense. But yeah, like, so this is allowing us to spend a lot less convoys to keep everything connected. Which is going to be good for us. And we get Trench and Generalist. So I think we're going to, first of all, we're going to turn this on because we don't really need the army. And second of all, I think we're going to turn this on because even running this malice, I think we still just clap them, so... Or let's wait until we full occupy them, I guess. Let's wait until we like win some of these battles, and then we'll swap to Trench. Let him yeehaw! Let the man yeehaw! Let him cook. We're in super good shape though here. Like half a bill GDP. Oh man, we gotta stick around for half a bill GDP. It's very annoying slowly colonizing your only state, and then America goes choo-choo, train 1 month, grows colonies faster than you. Yeah. I think that that's just like... I can't think of a reason why you shouldn't be able to colonize there, other than feels bad, man, when you're playing specifically Texas. But I also don't hate it, because, like, a lot of stuff is for players, player experience, right? And so, like, that would be an example of a player experience type of adjustment. I think we might go after Great Britain next. I think that, you know what, I think we're winning this battle no matter what. We're going to swap these. War in the Mud. And I guess I'd rather have War in the Mud completed there. We get progress towards defense and depth. And then once we get Combustion Engine too, oh, we're going to be in such good shape here. Or it should be said some kind of colony economic law. Colony economic law. I mean, like, other than this? I mean, I think they could definitely add depth and nuance in a lot of ways. We're gonna take a quick look, and we're gonna look at our major construction goods. I'm guessing tooling workshops will be... No. So glass is pretty good. We have a lot of excess labor in Gondor, which we are currently incorporating, but we'll just come in here, 31, 41, 51, which is over here, right? And so it's not yet incorporated, but they will specialize in this now. We'll add a few of these at the front. We are at $500 million GDP, so I guess we will not be running. We acquiesce here. As long as we still have the bonus with them, we're going to acquiesce. Yeah, we super have the bonus. And we're getting closer to 20% clout here on these guys, which is really, really nice. We really, really want that. In fact, we might even start bolstering. Yeah, let's just get rid of this. We're just going to raise our SOL quite a bit, and we're just going to bolster these guys and try and get them above 20% clout. Gondor calls for aid. Yeah, they call for financial aid. They want that stimmy package. We should just subsidize everything in Gondor. Memes. Alright, I think we'll also push... Let's see, we didn't look at chem plants. They're not quite as profitable. I guess we're going to do another round of steel. So we also did the glass. Umbria. Let's take a look here. Yeah, I think we're going to do this. So 30, 31, 41, 51. Max economies of scale throughput bonus. We are, of course, eating huge costs off the fact that we are no longer taxing services. But this, not taxing services are a major cost, you know, for just about everyone. And so by not taxing services, we are juicing up the economy quite a bit. I'm not sure. I think once we get above 20% clout on these guys, we'll swap back. But for now, I think that this is decent. And we finished the combustion engines, so we will swap with these over as well. And we're going to actually swap all these back. We're going to use just the national raised army. We're not going to use conscripts anymore, so we're going to swap everything back. And, we forgot we wanted to do this. Just going to cost 2k steel. I actually think the economy can, yeah, we can easily bear that. So we're going to swap up to this on steel passenger carriages. How is that causing a shortage? Or we have the shortage of autos, that's right. So we're going to find a nice little place. Nice little place. Oop, this is totally the wrong tab, which is probably an indication that I need to stop the stream soon. And we will find a place for... Savoy seems nice. It's like 15. We're going to put this on auto production. And we will be able to push them through here. Alright, so we're probably going to want the approval rating. Yeah, so we're closer to the Industrialists not getting their bonus. And we don't really care too much about the mortality, and we're just trying to juggle bonuses here. So we'll get a little bit of extra with them. EU3 has an Easter egg on Aragorn on Gondor. Nice. Gondor. They call for aid. Aragorn answers. Look at this line. Straight up, baby. We, of course, are finishing incorporating New Italy here. That's the only name for this region, is New Italy. I don't care what this says. Or what the people want. This is New Italy now. And we're going to hit it with our handy dandy smacky wacky button. Although, this might have some problems, but we'll see. And then we will, I'm just going to go through the PMs real quick. If anyone has any last questions, feel free to put them in. We're just going to go through the building PMs and kind of confirm everything is where we want. And after that, we will be concluding the stream. We have these furniture manufacturers swapped over specifically in the capital, so we're not going to swap over those. Steel, I don't think we want rotary valve engine. These are bifurcated because of the capital, I believe, which it says it makes more money, but I think it lies. We're going to swap this up, which is probably going to be a big deal on decreasing subsidies. We'll see. It can be like a little sticky. It's only good for decreasing subsidies if the buildings aren't profitable, if the railways aren't profitable, which is kind of like lame, but that's not the way that mechanic works. I'm going to swap these to combustion derricks. I always forget that this is available on part of the combustion engine tech. And we are on electric fences. Very nice. Which this expanding in Sinai. I was like, where am I auto expanding this? Sometimes put it on auto expand in areas that are can only make this. So for example, it's not terrible to have this auto expand because it'll just save you a little bit of a headache, and also to some degree discourage other places from building livestock, because if you build more livestock yourself, and so this makes the other places hopefully focus more on like sugar and these types of things, or at least this is the way I look at it. But anyways, it's been a fun stream. I'm going to be concluding now. I think maybe I'm going to be streaming Wednesday night at maybe 6 to 8 Pacific Standard Time, PM. We will see. I'll probably host a poll and see what people want, except that people want a cooking channel instead, so I still got to reconcile that somehow. Well, before we do, as part of the little outro, I guess we'll look at what things they're looking at in here. In terms of prestige, we're behind Giga Germany and Great Britain. In terms of GDP, we're out in front of everyone. In terms of SOL, we should be pretty high, yep. We're behind Great Britain slightly, but okay. And then in terms of pop, we're number 5. So we're in pretty good shape. Had quite a bit of a come up this episode. We've been slowly increasing this SOL, just having a very nice curve and increasing pops by quite a bit because Great Shing's in the market, which is absolutely tremendous for us. We did get slapped around by the UK a little bit, so we did have to give up treaty ports in a place where they already had more territory anyways, so I don't know how exactly that works, but it is what it is. And then they also, they massacred our poor boy in Persia, and so we might try and rectify that at some point. But other than that, it's been a fun stream. Feel free to like, comment, and subscribe, especially if you want to see more. And have a good one. Yeah, the cooking series. We cooked. Let the boy cook. Alright, I will answer any last minute questions in the comments, but for now, I will be concluding the stream. Bye-bye. Stop the stream immediately. You will no longer